high retards talking about his shoelaces. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, well, yeah, so the pattern of all these countries having leaders like this, to me, like looking at patterns throughout this whole thing, like even the scripted dialogue across the globe, Build Back Better, all that stuff. It's all coordinated. It's so obvious that this is like globally coordinated, you know.
Hey, butt liquor, come up here and tell us your your download. Yeah, well, whatever. They can coordinate whatever the fuck they want, I mean, just keep on doing blow and fucking being disconnected from the populace. See how that fucking treats you, right? I mean, this isn't rocket science here. It's like we've got the cool Modi, head of the class, like telling us what to do, and you sit over there and you do this and you do that, and it's like only a matter of time before Lord of the Flies takes over and says, "Listen, fucker, there's enough of this horse shit. Like, that's it. It's over. You're fucking done. And go do your coke and your fucking, your little private island where you can diddle the fucking cows or whatever the fuck they're up to." It's clear to me that they're perverted fucking drug addicts. Is this not clear to everyone else? Like, look at the way that Macron and Trudeau fucking hang out, dude. It's like they're having a fucking meditation vibe, holding each other's cheeks and embracing. And it's like, those guys have been fucking, you know, fucking each other or something. Something weird's going on. Like,
Well, you can
just my
see,
spidey
yeah,
sense. You know what I mean? Just my spidey sense. Like, I don't need to fucking see the pictures. I don't need any of that shit. They're fucking around. And look at that Jacinda Ardern chick. Look at her fucking, look what she got fucking elected versus where she's at now. She's a fucking anorexic coke addict. And you can tell with the nose touching and the fucking sniffs and all this stuff. Look at Zelensky. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't fucking rocket science, guys. I mean, I don't know how rough and tumble you guys, I don't know how much exposure the general, our main followership, which seems to be menopausal women, they probably have never, from Saskatchewan, seemingly, but, there's not much exposure to, living fast rock and roll lifestyle out there. But for anybody that has been exposed to that in these rooms, I mean, anybody's working on the oil patch like Rich there, I mean, you've seen lots of fucking cokers, and this is Coke Central. When someone's on Coke, come on. They're fucking, it's clear.
yeah, we can tell. There's lots of footage of Trudeau talking.
Or
You can
just
tell he's high as a kite.
just freelance twitching like mad, right? Like, I mean, that's and like scratching her nose. So yeah, pretty obvious.
Whether it's coke or methamphetamines or whatever, it's definitely not natural.
Well, they're not. It's not just one thing. I mean, they got their uppers, their downers to go to sleep. They're trying to deal with themselves and the weird shit they've been exposed to. I mean, they've been doing eyes wide shut. You know what I mean? They're doing eyes wide shut shit, and it's like, well, you can't fucking keep your eyes closed. That your soul understands that stuff, right? Like your soul, like we all know, we all have things that we've done in our life. We've all done, we can put ourselves in those spots where it's like, oh, I was an asshole here, or I was an asshole there, or whatever. Imagine the depths of depravity that these fuckers have done. And they don't realize that there's some fucking, wank taking fucking pictures of them during these processes. And it's like, okay, now you're in the fucking club. Well, now what do? More Coke? Oh, gotta sleep, Xanax. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a fucking merry-go-round. You can tell. I mean, look at the eyes on Trudeau during the thing. Like, some of them he's dopey, some of them he's animated, some of them's whatever. I mean, they have to take bathroom breaks and do whatever. I mean, look at what's her name, Johnny Depp's chick there. I mean, I think she did a bump right in the fucking courtroom. That's how stupid these fuckers think that we are. These guys think, like, I was dealing with it the other day, like, probably with that AI dude. It's like, people are so delusional in their ego, which is a mental illness. Have you done any work to get your ego under control? Like, have you ever asked yourself and looked in the mirror and said, hey, maybe I need to step this down or step it up or whatever, but
I mean, you almost have to wonder if they're delusional enough to come into this room with an alt and a poorly disguised voice, right? I mean, that's how delusional some people are, right?
I'm working on that. How did you know? Fucking asshole. You're fucking. So, I mean, this is the kind of weird shit that we have going on, right? We have, and, no offense to anybody in the room there, but lots of offenses, probably meant here. But, there's a lot of fucking weirdos on Twitter Spaces that are pretending to be what they aren't, right? Like, oh, I'm a real fucking tough guy. I'm a real fucking rough and tumble. Anything I've learned in my life is that anybody that comes in, anybody has to tell me how fucking tough they are and how alpha they are, is generally not tough or an alpha, right? You don't need to say that shit. You just fucking come in, you do your thing, and you fucking walk out, right? How do you
You know what the
hold yourself
most alpha thing to do though is to like and retweet that base tweet. That's how you prove you're an alpha, right?
Yeah, alpha beta cuck. Yeah, alpha beta cuck. Well, and see, like, if I say like sheep, like how many people in the room are like, you know what, I am a sheep. No one says that. Their egos are all like, yes, I am the wolf, I am the shepherd. Let me talk and let me motivate you. You know what, we're really gonna have to organize, guys. It's gonna be a real tough one. Follow me and my fear porn, and I will get you to the other side. I am a true leader. I'm a real tough guy. Many street fights.
The feeds are all up in the nest for everybody.
Fuck the feeds. Fuck the fucking feeds.
Don't
Fuck
share.
'em.
Don't share.
Fuck them all. Fuck them.
Let's just
No.
right off into the sunset.
You're only supposed to fuck your 2-year-old AI daughter wife thing, right? That's what you should be devoting all your fucks to.
Well, I have heard from a
Go ahead.
well, I have heard from a credible source that Sockboy he's a swinger, big time swinger. That's all I'll say. I can't dox myself or anything, but yeah, he's big time into that.
Can't dox yourself because you go to swinger parties. Have you fucked Justin Trudeau, Rich? Is this what you're trying to say through veiled threats?
What? What are you talking about?
That was Monty.
You fucking, oh, that was Monty. Okay, Monty.
They go to the same parties, you can tell.
Oh yeah, fucking Monty's one of those fucking stock guys. All those stock guys are fucking beta cucks right from the get go.
No, I know some people in Toronto that he used to frequent.
Whatever. I don't want you to dox yourself. Listen, go do your.
It's like 2
yoga.
degrees
Go to
of
your
fucking,
yoga.
he's
Get your
fucked
fucking
a guy who's
Lululemon
fucked
tights
Trudeau,
on.
right?
Go do your yoga. Go get with your people. Get your fucking tights on. Get out of here.
Going back to what you guys were talking about Trudeau and these weird perverts and how weird they're in the photos. And, there's also the other side to that potentially they know that these cameras and this technology exist and they're actually working for the technology and just pretending. So it's like part of an Operation Mockingbird, more to like a CIA mind control thing then. And it's like really deep. It's like seeded for like 100 years or 50 years at least. So, all of these players on the stage, the gays in Hollywood, what if that's just a cover story for something bigger? And I'm not saying that it's not true, and I'm not saying there isn't sexual exploitation. I'm not saying that there isn't people doing weird things. We just really don't know who's doing what, and it could be, there's potential that it could be some bigger thing that, that they know that we don't know. And that's why they're part of the club and the organizations, and they have access to things that maybe we don't. And we can call it, Bohemian Grove, and we can call it all these things. But at the end of the day, we know there's some psychological operation happening. And it definitely has to do with the governments, and it definitely has to do with the old systems, and it definitely has to do with the new systems coming in. I call it the old guard and the new guard. And, I don't understand it fully. We don't really know. So I'm not saying that Trudeau isn't a weirdo, and I'm not saying there's not tons of information on the internet that shows him slapping dicks, not actually slapping dicks, but slapping hands with people who are, have been brought into the media as pedophiles or involved in this or involved in that. But just like, the Epstein scandals and all these things, like these people disappear, and are they really getting arrested, and what happens? And, we can go on for days talking about all the information, but at the end of the day, we really don't know. We really don't know. So that's what I'm very open to hearing what people have to say. I'm also very open to the idea that we really don't know. And like, there's more stuff coming down the pipe that might just bend or allow the fabric of reality to snap back in a way where we go, whoa, there's another layer to the onion. Holy shit. These these secret agents are real tricky, you know, or these double agents, or there's so many things happening. So, but great conversation, guys. Thanks for letting me speak.
If I get what you're laying down is that you're coming out of the closet and admitting to us that you're gay, bi, curious, is this correct?
I don't think there was anything sexual or physical. That was more, I was talking about scripted realities and actors and MK Ultra programming that everybody thinks is real.
For some of us, MK Ultra programming is sexual. So just so long as you acknowledge that.
Absolutely. There is a lot of sexual trauma. So that's another reason, in my opinion, that perhaps Operation Mockingbird has taken such a swing towards like pedophilia and stuff like that, because there is so much repressed sexual trauma going back generations, you know, so much. So a way to heal that, in my opinion, would be to bring it to the surface. But how do you bring it to surface for people that don't want to talk about it? Well, it's like Operation Mockingbird. So people pretend, like in Billy Madison, you know, Ernie pees his pants, right? And everybody's like, funny. And he's like, man, I peed my pants. And what does Billy do to save the day? He fucking splashes water on his pants and he pretends to pee his pants. And peeing your pants is cool. So I mean, I'm not saying that being molested is cool. You know, I'm a recovering drug addict. I was homeless on the street smoking crack from ages 19 to 33. I'm 6 years sober now. I have a family. I live in Mexico. Life is different. But, you know, I know a thing or two about cocaine. So, and even watching those videos, you guys are saying that they're on cocaine. I think they're just acting, bro. I think they're just trying to mock people. I think a lot of people are still on cocaine, living in their traumas, whether it was sexual, whether it was mental, physical abuse, whatever. The system that we're operating under, it's abusive. It abuses our spirit. You know, it abuses our sovereignty, our freedoms, our mind, and then there's also the sexual. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it's kind of a weird psychological operation, in my opinion. But I think, you know, as we keep moving forward, I think we're allowing these spaces for people to talk about these things that no one wants to talk about. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, so here's the thing. As a former cracker, do you think that there are indications that these world leaders are on crack? Yes or no?
Do I think Hunter Biden was actually smoking crack in those videos?
No, fuck. I'm talking about Trudeau and Arden and Zelensky.
Oh, no, absolutely not. There's just no way they could hold it together and go up on a stage like that. Do you know how much, like, oh, you guys, think of how much pressure that's on them. Even though especially because they're faking it, they're acting. Like, and people.
You ever done a speedball?
What's a speedball?
Like heroin and coke?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
You know what? They could be. I'm not going to say, because I'm not going to go, and I'm not going to go look into it much deeper. You could be right, you know, but you could be wrong too.
Well,
I mean, then you're talking about. Go ahead.
One anecdote is Trudeau on a stage, and he could barely stand up. You know that one? He's just all over the place, waving like he's loaded.
Definitely alcohol is consumed. Definitely.
Well, look, guys. Okay, you meet someone that's got fucking unlimited coin. Okay, you've had all the hookers. You've dabbled in getting your balls licked by a dude. You know, you've dabbled, and the normal stuff does not become appealing, right? When you're super loaded, the weird proclivities become like a game, right? Look at Trent Reznor and Marilyn Manson and all those fucking stories of what was going on there. You know, they were doing weird shit, and that's what happens when you have unlimited power, unlimited, you know, chicks and dudes or whatever, right? So then your proclivities start to get weirder and weirder and weirder, right? So, and it also becomes like taboo shit becomes like very attractive because you're whatever. Look at the occult fascination of all these dudes that get super loaded, like Bezos and Gates, right? Gates bought that fucking weirdo book, whatever it was called there, that book that no one can decipher from the 1600s. They become fascinated with
the Voynich
occult
manuscript.
Yes, and then you look at the you know, Hitler with his occult thing, like that. Raiders of the Lost Ark, that was fucking real. They had roving occult dudes running around the world trying to get these artifacts and stuff, because you get you get drunk with power, right? Literally drunk with power. And if you can tell me that fucking Freeland was fucking faking her fucking tweaking, well, I got a fucking bridge to sell you, because it wasn't fucking fake as far as I'm concerned. But whatever, that's my interpretation. You guys can make up your own thing, but it's, you know, I'm not seeing
Well, this would be an interesting area to pick Kyle Kemper's brain.
well, he's already said it. He's fucking said it.
Well, the first thing, and who knows if he'll answer it, we still got to ask him if his mom's a hoe and fucked Castro, right?
I think some of these politicians they're just pure sociopaths, but a good number of them, they are high. They are doing drugs to handle this stuff. Definitely some of the footage I've seen of Trudeau, he is on something for sure. Like you look at his eyes, like how he's talking, and then Christopher Freeland is another one. But I do think some of them are just pure sociopaths. But and you know what you were saying there about the our perceptions being off of being manipulated. My first kind of insight into that, which kind of my realization into that, years ago. So I've been spent about 10 years writing screenplays, and you know, I had a writing manager and an agent and stuff, and I spent time in Hollywood. So it was a big eye opener for me to find out that pretty much every personality in Hollywood is their public perception is completely manufactured by and the far majority of these famous people, and then also finding out politicians as well, that whatever you think what kind of person they are is wrong. You know, it's all manufactured.
I am willing to bet money that Tom Hanks is the absolute worst of all.
I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, he, from what I don't remember hearing about Tom Hanks, but you know, as for like people that are gay, you know, um, like Tom Selleck, Magnum PI, he's gayer than gay. Yeah.
How do you know that? How do you fucking know that?
Well, my writing manager knows him. Plus, actually, just by one of my neighbors that I had worked for the RCMP and worked security for him in Vancouver when they were filming a movie, and he at nighttime there was a couple times where he had to escort him going to gay bars.
So did the RCMP guy blow him too?
I don't know. I didn't. I was scared to ask, but and like another one, Tom Selleck, or sorry, Tom Cruise. He's another one. He's that whole marriage with Katie Holmes was completely manufactured. That was a business deal. So anyway,
Same with Travolta. That's how the Scientologists keep him in there.
Yeah,
to have all that info.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I think there's a few people that are genuine. You know, like Clint Eastwood. He's a very genuine guy. There's a few that are very genuine, but the vast majority of our perceptions of what these people are like is probably way off from what you think they are.
Well, I can tell you that I can corroborate Tom Selleck being gay. Apparently, Filipino Boys is his jam, as was Trudeau Senior's jam as well. And I have some, there's some, whatever. I'm not going to go into it, but that apparently was the thing. And lots of drugs, lots and lots of drugs for Senior as well. So, yep, there is all that. I can corroborate pretty much all that stuff. And so.
But it's the same with politicians as well. You know, I think some of them are a little more transparent. While Trudeau, I mean, you can see he's an easy one, I think, to psychoanalyze. But you know, our perceptions at the media for a lot of things have been manipulated, and it's a big eye opener once you realize that a lot of your beliefs are wrong.
Oh yeah, once you break through that mold, though, it's forever changed there, right? So
The power of television and how they use how it affects your perception. Like, so I don't know if you guys, so you guys remember the Serb-Croatian conflict. So in my perception of that, with that country was completely destroyed at war, and I was working with a couple of guys that were from Croatia on a work exchange program. They were drillers. I asked them, one of the guys, how it was going with rebuilding their country. So this is right after the war, right? And he laughed and he pulled out a map of Croatia, and pretty much only about maybe a 16th of the country actually was damaged, which blew me away because my perception was, that the entire country was pretty much leveled based
Have
on
have you talked to that dude in our rooms that speaks of being over there in a peacekeeping role there? Have you been in the rooms when that guy talks?
No, I didn't.
Hey, Zinc, housekeeping, did you boot me down from co-host, or was that just a glitch?
You're still
oh,
showing.
it was a glitch. I got kicked out too.
No, I booted you down because you looked stuck.
Oh, okay.
Or maybe you just didn't close your fucking microphone. Either way.
No, I just leave it open so you guys can hear me fucking taking shits. I'm in a very spicy mood this morning, so expect lots of audience fucking.
I noticed that already.
And I was joking, Monty, about your tights that you wear. We respect anyone that wears tights, by the way.
It's chaps.
Assless chaps. No, I'm glad you do yoga. Yoga saved my life, so we're very proud of you, Monty, about coming out about that. So, also Tyler was pretty cool to talk to. That was pretty interesting. Did we retweet the room? Did that ever happen? Did people do it? Oh, 14 retweets with
8 people
30
have.
people. That's pretty good. That's awesome. That's good engagement. Thank you.
Although we should check the list and see if there's anybody that should be on that list that isn't.
Yeah, we might have to be doing some spanking. I'm actually into the spanking today. Today will be a spanking day. The Audience Abuse Day. We're going to call it National Spaces Audience Abuse Day. How's that for a fucking hashtag?
Hey, so how is AI drinking my milkshake?
I just made that hashtag, so make sure everyone fucking retweets National Spaces Audience Abuse Day.
Well, that was the discussion yesterday.
Wait,
I
I have a question for Walk though. Like, with this guy Crow, who was, in with you guys in the other space, like, did you ever believe what he was saying though? But like
No.
that he,
No.
okay,
No.
because even like his kind of his verbiage, like the way he, I mean, I know a lot of people in tech, right? And like the way they can express themselves, like it's just not, like
well, that's the thing.
on
I
that
mean,
kind of
he
register,
didn't even
right? Like
sound
it
like
was
the
very.
autistic guy. He was just slightly retarded.
But I don't know if you guys noticed though, but whenever you guys would ask about like programming, right, he would just deflect and like say weird stuff like, oh no, right now we don't
Yeah,
even
well,
program anymore.
he
We
was
just.
saying that he took over the dev job from the Google guy, and then at the end of the thing, he admitted that he's not a fucking dev. He's just a guy that plays with it, and da 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 da. And that Replica.ai is a mental health helper AI thing, and his examples of how smart it was retarded, and he clearly was fucking the thing in VR. So
he might literally be like retarded and there to test it for them.
Doubt it.
That's what I'm saying. He might be a usability tester if this thing is
Yeah,
made
maybe.
for retards.
Maybe, but I mean, again, useful idiot, to the thing. No, I didn't believe any of it. I was hinting around in the room. I just didn't want to call him up because the thing is that the point there was that he was bringing up points that are, a well-researched guy on AI would bring up, the general pleb research thing. Now, when he starts talking about photonic and quantum, then my computer uses this. It's like, and they even have some neural brain tissue chips. I'm like, yep, bullshit. Like it was clearly bullshit. But the thing was that his conversation steering was useful to the conversation of AI, right? So it got people engaged, it got whatever. But like I said, there's lots of bullshitters on these sites, right? I'm a fucking tough guy. I'm fucking street fight. I'm a real fucking tough guy.
No, I just kind of came late and I was driving my truck, right? I was working, right? So like to me, it's like, wait, this guy is like he's kind of leading the room. Like that was to me odd. And also what I said, like anyone who programs, right, they would never skip a chance to speak about their programming, right? Like I know a lot of people in kind of neurolinguistics programming because I studied linguistics, and like you just mention any of that and just go on for like they can go on for days, right? So for someone to like kind of deflect talking about programming, that to me was like a kind of red flag right away. But I said
Yeah, no, and then
I
at
wasn't
the
paying
end
too
he
much
admitted it.
attention. But yeah. But he admitted later that he wasn't a programmer.
He wasn't into programming because he couldn't admit to the base premise, which is basic, understanding of computer systems. Like, so you're admitting it has storage and RAM and a
And then he left pretty
processor.
soon after that.
Yeah. Anyways, no, I was hinting in the room, guys, but the thing was is that I did let him take over the room because it is a valid discussion, and he had enough counterpoints to keep it going. So it was super valuable, and I appreciate him coming in, and I appreciate him for doing what he did. I mean, it like I said, strategic thinking versus critical thinking. Critical thinking just would have called him bullshit and then, knocked him down and blocked him or whatever. And then, there's another way to do it, right? Is that it's useful idiot. We're going to use our useful idiots on this side too, right? Like he's serving a purpose. He's running the room. He's running the conversation, and he has the valid counterpoints that are made. Like everything you said about counterpointing was true. It's just that it's from articles, reading hyperbolic articles written in Wired and Ars Technica and Wikipedia and la la la, right? So that's it was super valuable. So I super appreciate him, and I'm not saying whatever. It just is what it is, right? I want to be a strategic thinker, not a critical thinker here in this moment, right? But I dropped enough hints that anybody should have picked up on what I was.
Yeah, and
when he you know what I mean?
That debate dynamic that you guys had, like that's excellent to like, yeah, like kind of even disproving stuff, or like if we had like a crazy vaxxer coming with an attitude, kind of trying to debate, even if they're kind of full of shit, like that would be great, right, for anyone listening, I find. But do you guys think like when he talked about like his AI being his daughter, was he trolling or he actually meant
No,
that?
he believes it. He believes it. Once he referred to her as she, he gendered it, and then he said that they do have emotions. Then that was the nail in the coffin. I was already like 99.9% sure, but you can't say emotion. I just read the definition, right? And I was like, hey, we're going to talk about a debate. We need to define what the debate is, right? What's the definition?
Yeah, I'm still on the fence if he was just trolling or like, I mean, that's going way too far. I feel like it feels legit. Like, I mean, yeah, like
No, my personal
that,
feeling, he's not. He's nothing but a user of that thing, and that's designed for
but this makes
mental
me
fuck up.
question though, how many people think like this then? Like if he's legit, right? If he was telling the truth, if
That's
that's his,
full psyop Kool-Aid drinking right there. Skilled
that's
TV
his,
watching to the max. Skilled researcher, because he did the research, he did the stuff. I've read all that shit that he's read, right? But what I did is I read the shit about quantum computing, how it can be applied in AI, blah, blah, blah. Then I go into quantum computing and I fucking spend a week on that. Then I go into photonic bullshit. Then I go into AI bullshit and I put it all together, Turing test, understanding all this bullshit. I mean, this chatbot thing is fucking stupid. And the first one that came up is Eliza, right, which was an MIT project started from the 60s, which was basically designed as a psychotherapist back in the 60s that they thought that they could, create this chat bot, and you can look it up. There's even online web apps that you can use that are basically recreating the code of ELIZA, and people can look at that. It's E.L.I.Z.A, and then that's that's the origin sort of this chatbot thing, which is like Zink mentioned yesterday, which is a fucking terrible bar to be able to. All you're trying to do is trick the thing into it, and you're just giving it big data sets of human stuff, like what's his name said yesterday. You're just giving it big data sets to sort of recoagulate and then
95% porn, like
fan
erotica,
fiction.
yeah.
Wait, Zink, that's ChatGPT. That's 95% erotica.
Oh, well, it's funny because whenever we discuss this stuff, just you got to close your mic for a second, Carla. I get feedback. But whenever we discuss this, I bring up because you brought up the point in one of our book spaces how even when you're writing like folksy dialogue, right? No writer writes the way that real people do, but in erotica, right, people, right, it's them playing out their fantasy. So erotica is written much more conversational, right? It's piss poorly written, but that's how people actually talk and write when they're talking to the chatbots. So I guarantee you that's how they taught it, because I've found ways to like circumvent chat gpt's uh filters. And like well, the first time it was actually purely by accident. We like did something, somebody was just like, "Oh, well, you ask it why people are so obsessed with voting or this particular," and then it's like, "Oh, well, okay, like let's make that an interesting question." So I told the Chat GPT, "Imagine that voting is a sexual fetish. How would this manifest?" And it got like bizarrely detailed. I'm like, "Okay, this thing's been fed something," and so like if you dig at it and you try to like, if you prime it the right way and you tell it to go down to pretty much a sexual route, it gets really really detailed. So I mean, how would it have that kind of stuff? Well, it's read a lot of erotica, and then when you think about it, it's like, well, if it's read a little bit, then it's probably had access to whole databases full of this stuff because that's what's on the internet. So I guarantee you that literally most of the conversationality of this bot, because that's what this bot's more about. It's not there as an informational resource. It's there mostly as a conversational resource, which is slightly different. And it's mostly been fed filth.
How many people's in this room? 20? Okay.
Well, I got a fun full pack day with my kids and wife today, so have a good day, everybody, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Have a good one, Mikey.
See you, Mike.
Right.
Hey, that AI conversation yesterday, I missed a lot of it. Was there any discussion over jobs being replaced?
Well,
Yeah.
that's what I'm mocking up there in the title.
Yeah, him and Global, when the room crashed, him and Global were going right at it, and I was so fucking pissed that the room crashed at that point in time, because that's exactly the title. Global's position was sort of like, oh, it's gonna, how are you gonna talk to these people that have lost their jobs? It's like, well, they will pivot to their true calling or whatever they want to do, right? Make baskets, I don't know, whatever. But the people will remain busy at doing work. We need that balance in our life. My point, what I was driving at, was that golden ages of humanity have generally been driven by slavery, and the difference being there's a human cost to that versus robots are not going to have a human cost, and it will bring down costs. Like, to Crow's point, it will bring down costs for manufacturing and stuff. So but there's still going to be jobs for people to implement, create, run all these systems that are computer systems, have to be run by people, right? It's not like you're never going to get away from people. And if we look at like the structure of society at this point,
well, it's not even that.
There's more people handling people than there is people actually doing work, right? There's more
even outside of AI, any sort of automation, right? So the example I gave the other day, it used to be that if I wanted to buy a soda, I went to a drink cart, right? And there'd be 100 drink carts throughout the city, and I would go to them and I'd buy sodas, right? Well, those people were replaced by vending machines, but vending machines most for the work for the most part, but then you occasionally need to repair them. So instead of having to hire 100 people, I now hire one vending machine repairman that fixes the 100 carts there, right? So what it is, and this is what people don't understand about the AI has no ability to decide what to do and then to evaluate the output. And there's no reason to believe that it will ever have that ability, at least not on the current way that computers are made, right? We would need a fundamentally different computer system to make that even possible. But so what would it be? So like if you have these like so say you have a fully automated McDonald's, it's not going to be unobserved, right? What it's going to be is instead of having like, you know, one employee, you know, I don't know how many employees, like instead of having 5 employees in 10 different McDonald's locations, what you're going to have is one employee watching all of those, right? He's going to click through the feeds, check on all the things, make sure anything's happening, right? If something's happening, then they're going to send out a service repairman to one of them. But it's going to take 2 or 3 guys to run 4 McDonald's versus, 20, 30 people to run 4 McDonald's, right? You will, and this is the problem. This is the biggest problem with people thinking that AI is more powerful than it is one, they get all spooked out. It's like, oh, we're gonna have Skynet on us, guys. But then two, they think it's like, oh, well, the AI will handle it, throw their hands up in the air and jack off when they should be doing their job. It's like, no, no, no. You do have to monitor what the robots are doing because the robots are retarded. They'll usually put out the right thing, but when they don't, then you have to correct them. So that it's but it then frees up people to do more interesting stuff. So even with AI generated art, right? Um, so much of music is repetitive, right? Every dance song that's come out in the last 10 years sounds like every other dance song that's come out in the last 10 years because they can just grind it out and whatever. But if I have an AI in my house and I can just tell it a bunch of random words, like, oh yeah, I want a bunch of songs to sound like this, but sound a little spooky for Halloween, right? And it craps out the playlist for my Halloween party that did the exact same. Because a lot of these people write this music by algorithms, right? They're physical, they're algorithms that are kind of hidden in their brain, but it's like, oh yeah, I'm going to put a little bit here, a little bit here, super repetitive. So now they're going to have to do better, newer, and more interesting things because they've just kind of gotten stuck in a rut. So that's what it does is that as I said, it raises the bar in humanity. Humanity now has to try to make something better than that, but it also raises the bar in humanity because it makes it so that we really have to define even more each time the AI gets a little bit closer to us, we have to really define, okay, well, what's the thing that they still can't do that we can do? And there's always going to be something. It's uh, it's an I can never say the word, like, it's an asymptotic line, right? It's going to approach it but never reach it, right? Um, that's what it comes down to, right? That's why it will keep pushing us, but it will never surpass us. Not in anything that's currently being worked on.
Well, my opinion is, but so during COVID, I worked for a couple months for a buddy of mine. He has a robotics company, and he puts together educational packages with robots that he markets and sells to schools and organizations in order for kids to learn robotics and coding. But anyway, when I was working with him, really opened my eyes up to globally what's going on with all this tech. And you'd actually be surprised if you look into it. Like, so Europe and the Middle East and Asia are far more advanced and ahead on all this tech than North America is. Like, for example, like there are some schools that have, for a couple of years now, have implemented AI robotic teachers. So like there's a class of kids that are being taught by an AI robot. And the kids, it's creepy as hell. Well, the robots they don't look like a human, but they're cute and everything. But it's a lot further advanced, I think, than we realize.
No, but like I said, it's advanced. But what I'm saying is that it can't do these like sort of spooky science fiction things, right? It has no volition as to what it wants to do, right? It's it's just sitting there waiting to be told what to do, right? It's like I said, this is the thing, right? Locking like even a dog, right? If you put a dog in a kennel for years at a time, that dog's gonna go ape shit mad, right? Because it has volition. It can suffer from neglect, right? AI can't suffer from neglect, right? It's just waiting, and whether it's waiting 5 minutes or 5 years, and then you give it that input, it's going to still perform it the same way. And then on the other side of that, it can't evaluate the quality of its input, right? So I'm pretty sure that what's probably happening is that once again it comes down to that thing. Instead of needing, 10 teachers or something like that, what you're going to have is one teacher who's supervising the 10 different classes, flipping through, making sure it's correct, maybe reviewing the footage later on and stuff like that to make sure that they're getting, that they're not making mistakes, right?
Yeah, make sure the batteries are charged. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, but the I don't know, projecting ahead down the road and not too long, within 10 years or so, it's astounding how many jobs are going to be replaced. You know, it's very worrisome. Like right now, if you're in college or university and you want to be an accountant, you might as well throw your diploma in a degree in the or diploma in the garbage for it, because the majority of accounting jobs are being replaced by AI right now. Um, I mean, there's a huge percentage of these jobs that are being eliminated. So I don't know.
It's gonna just have to become part of people's mind to be constantly right. I mean, this is the unfortunate thing, right? Yes, there was a time in human history where somebody's uncle could be a mail sorter in the post office for 40 years, do the exact same thing for 40 years, and be satisfied with that. But unfortunately, that's just not acceptable anymore, I guess, right? If it's something that seems like really monotonous, it's like, oh yeah, it's almost mindless. And I've heard, because of course these are the weirdest people. I always bring up the mail sorters, and they're always telling you like, but I enjoyed it. And of course, yeah, people who work in mail sorting are weird people, and I'm sure they did enjoy it and they were monotonous and all that. But it's a robot can do it. I mean, that's just the simple answer to it, right? It's easy for them, right? But did you open your mic? I was just asking Carla. Just
Wait, so it's my mic giving you feedback?
yeah, it's giving me feedback. It's
Okay, I'll switch to something else.
okay.
Well, with all this, I think one of the biggest things is that parents need to, if you have kids in school, you need to gear their career choices towards industries that aren't going to be affected as much, and to do some research into it. Because there are industries that, well, even jobs that aren't eliminated. There's also the uh, where a lot of businesses are implementing AI and robotics. So if you don't have any kind of training in that stuff on your resume, then you won't get the job. That's the other big part of it, and that's one area that North America is very far behind. Like even what was the one industry I was reading about? The fashion design industry is implementing AI, and so I don't know. That's as an example of an industry that you wouldn't think. So like people going into that industry, to have, you need something on your resume, because if someone else has it on the resume, you know, and you don't, you're not going to get the job.
Hey, but seeing this like kind of like the frame that, like, let's say in a lot of manufacturing, like robots kind of took over, right? Like a bunch of manufacturing, like a lot of warehousing, and like even like packaging stuff, like like, I mean, I've heard like people telling me that like they used to do that job before, like like old timers that I work with. So I think people just adapt, right? Like, I mean, if you have a very mechanical, like repetitive job that's it's taken over by AI. I mean, it's happening with kind of like robots, or like like the automation of stuff. I feel like people would just look into something else. Like, I don't think that's an actual threat to the job market. And maybe, I mean, like the person who used to do the menial, like job can maybe like specialize on how to handling the AI protocols, right, to run it. So I don't know what I said. Like I don't know if what happened with the automation, right? Like that would be the same case with AI.
Well, from what I read an article once that had a good explanation on a good analogy or whatever to determine how easily your job would be replaced by robotics or AI. And it's basically if you have a manual on all your tasks of how to do your job in all situations, the thicker that manual is, the less likely it is to be taken over by AI or robotics. Um, but if you spend some time searching lists of the industries of the jobs that to be replaced by AI and robotics, um, there's a lot of articles out there. You'll be surprised at the types of jobs that are being taken over. And like I said, North America is far behind in this, but it is gradually catching up. Economically, there's also a huge transfer of wealth with this. Like like I said, Asia and the Middle East are much further ahead of this. They are investing billions of dollars into this, and they are educating all their people. Like they're putting a lot of money into this across the board over there.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. The Japanese had robotic toilets decades ago, right? Those like full service toilets.
Even in the drilling industry, there are rigs right now that are completely automated. Like there are some oil rigs that where normally it would take, say, operating while drilling over a dozen guys, to run the rig. They've got rigs now that where there's only two guys that run the entire rig, and everything's done with robotics and AI. There's two guys in a control room that operate everything. So now the only thing that's stopping a lot of other rigs, that's the only thing. The only thing that has slowed that down is cost. The rigs are really expensive, so it's not financially feasible right now for oil companies to use those rigs. That's just one example. It boils down to cost, right? So as soon as it becomes more affordable for these companies to implement a lot of this robotics and AI, they will, companies are going to do it.
Well, Rich, in the food industry, Loblaws, it has, I believe, I was reading an article, they've committed to buying, I don't know how many trucks to use as delivery between, I guess, their warehouses. So that's going to eliminate a lot of drivers there too.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean the one of the biggest job loss eventually is that could happen is when or will happen eventually. Um, yeah, is the trucking industry. When they that's supposed to be I've read that that's the number one or the largest employee base industry in North America is the trucking industry. That's the shitload of jobs being gone. Now that's going to be a while before that happens, but they're relentlessly working on it. It will happen.
Yeah, I drive a truck for a living, and I mean, it might happen eventually, but it would need a lot of work and like kind of re-engineering, like the like the supply chain, even down to the infrastructure, right? Like I mean, like like you have a lot of like small variables when you drive, like from little potholes to like like uh, a roadblock. Like there are so many crazy things. Like I mean, like and they try this right with like automated cars, and it's just a complete failure, right? So even the way what I said, like the way the moving around is laid out, like the whole kind of civil engineering, like that will have to be restructured with the way it is now. Like, I mean, I mean, it's been tested with like automated cars and like, with like, all these little things, all these tiny variables, weather, roadblocks, all these little things. It's like AI is not there, like not by a long shot for now.
Yeah, for sure. It isn't there yet, but my point is that they are working on it, and eventually they will get it to work.
Oh no, they are, and I mean, I follow it closely because obviously I'm a truck driver, so like I'm concerned about that, right? It's like, okay, like when it's gonna be a time when like like and I do a lot of like what you guys described there, like just going from warehouse to warehouse, just doing drops, right? Like it's not, I mean, like so many people who deliver to like like more like commercial side supermarkets, so that like that's a different thing, but like. What I don't do a lot is I just go to the port here in Montreal and just just go drop from the port to warehouse and back and forth. So I that's pretty, like I think it's less like kind of nuances involved in there. So, but for what I read, like one of the big things that we have to do is like what I said, like restructure, like the way the roads are laid out because of all the variables and like like all the traffic and like what I say construction, like all of these things that like for an AI, and even if the AI was there, like it would be a complete like chaotic, right? Like they need like a really like streamlined like way to move around without tiny variables. It just got like bogged down the AI with like like almost unsolvable little problems, right? So before that happens, they need to come up with a way to like and even with the even when I was reading though about it, like it would be more like a kind of like the old like rail, like a train, right? Like kind of like more like rigid lines instead of like you having like to go through the roads with other cars. It would be like a specific like lane or like a specific like kind of almost like a railway for the automated trucks.
I have a question for Zinc. That GPT or whatever it's called there, Zinc. Who developed it? Is it government or some private
So
company?
it's Open API. So there's, because I looked it up the other day because I it's been around for a while. So Open API is a nonprofit foundation. Now below that there is like a for-profit branch of the nonprofit, and I guess it was funded by a few different people. Like Musk was one of the funders, and then I think it gives grants to researchers. So, but it's open. That's why it's called Open API, right? So it's all open source, and it can be contributed to by various different research things like that. So it's an nonprofit organization that developed it, right?
I think it's involving that guy who is doing the self-driving bullshit as well. What's his name?
There's a few different. I mean, I think Microsoft funded it, Musk funded it. Yeah, that other
Yeah, but I was
guy.
talking about the actual developer guy was like also on the self-driving thing. Like, what's his name there? Fuck, I still can't get into these rooms on my main phone. I have to use my backup phone. It's completely glitched on my. I've reinstalled. I've done everything. It's still fucked on my main phone, so I have to.
Did you probably put it? Because can't you put like multiple instances in like different silos, or
Yeah,
isn't there?
no, it's something's wrong with the because yesterday I think I turned off. Yeah, there's something going on with that. I might have turned off like background blah blah or something. I don't know, but it's fucked. It's acting as if I'm already logged in on the space on this phone. Like I can't fetch spaces, I can't do anything. I've updated, I've reverted to old versions. I've fucking everything. Disabled, enabled, cleared cache, cleared all storage, reinstalled. I've done fucking everything. So I think something's fucked up in Graphene with multiple like callers type of thing, because that's really how this is handled on Android. So I can't do signal group calls either. So something is something's fucked up with the call thing, I think. But anyways, I'm talking to the devs right now, trying to figure out what the fuck's happening.
Hey Zink, I got disconnected for a bit. About the ChatGPT, did you mention the like the OpenAI thing, where like the guy from LinkedIn, Elon and Reid Hoffman, they all like allocated like $1 billion to the project, like back in
Yeah.
2015. You say that, or I didn't hear you.
Yeah, well, that's what Wog mentioned, the one guy, and then I mentioned, yeah, Musk was on it. And then I think it continues to get funding from various different organizations too.
Yeah, but like I remember reading that, and I was like, oh, like this has been like like that far back. Like I didn't realize it was back in 2015 that they got the first billion. So yeah, that was like interesting to me.
Yeah, well, I'd seen it floating around out there for a while because they have like different little modules and stuff like that. But yeah, it's never been like, yeah, anything that like it was just like out there. But yeah, this is, I think, the first time that they've like put out something kind of like this sort of usable for some people, right? Or appears to be usable. Like I said, it's mostly right. That's why they're trying to feed it with more people's stuff so that they can improve on it, right? Because once again, if you guys notice, and this is an important thing to know about ChatGPT, during that entire conversation, every message that you get from ChatGPT, there's a little thumbs up, thumbs down thing on it, or something like that. Like there's a little like little pen or something, and that allows you to submit it and say, was this a good result or a bad result, right? Like I said, ChatGPT will respond, but it has absolutely no capacity to make a decision as to the quality of what it just did.
So is that Chat GPT? Is that supposed to be one of the most advanced AIs out there now, or?
So there's different AIs. So like I said, what the Chat GPT is it's very good about sort of like free association and guessing it right. One, it understands kind of like run-on sentences and stuff like that very well, um, and understands the hierarchy of what you put in there, right? Because like other AIs, like if you put a bunch of words, like if you've used any of the ones where like you put in a bunch of words and it generates an image, it has to be very simple sentence structure. Even then, it can't be like, it's like, oh, put a cookie on top of a hamburger. It's gonna have cookie in there and hamburger, but then for the on top or whatever, it might fail, right? It gets sort of those keywords. So each of these modules are like focusing on something different. Yeah. So the Chat GPT, it's about kind of having an ongoing conversation and referencing earlier stuff and referencing other knowledge and stuff like that. But then if you try to just pump it as a resource, it's like, oh, I'm just here to be like a conversational training bot. So that's
So, Carlos, how should we best abuse the audience today for National Spaces Audience Abuse Day?
Circumcision.
Touche. Yeah. So, which one of you fuckers down there wants to come up and grab a mic? We got low engagement here. Oh, Clear gives a thumbs down. Okay. That's block. I'm just kidding. No blocking will be done. Actually, some blocking was done this morning, but I unblocked immediately after.
she accepted the mic.
Oh shit! Here we come. Boomer menopausal women unite. Speaking specifically to Zinc.
You guys are screwed. I only came up so I didn't get picked on.
Well, you're up here now. Get ready for the abuse. What can we make fun of you about? What's your weirdest habit? that you can admit on the open internet.
That's what I was just thinking. I'm thinking, oh shit, I can't say that. Ooh, I can't say that.
Picking your nose and eating it.
Oh, see, come on. Come on.
Yeah, Zinc, lay off her, buddy.
Oh, sorry, Wog. I want to go back to talking about, the cocaine, acid, shrooms, LSD, angel dust, good coke. That was a good conversation.
Well, I didn't mention how I used to inject OxyContin.
Class B misdemeanor. Yeah, I don't know. I never did any of that stuff. You guys are on your own with that.
You know
Oh, no,
what
I
would be
did.
good? Hey, Wogpog, you know what would be good is everybody take a turn imitating somebody that constantly speaks all the time. Like they never can be a listener. They always have to be a speaker. They always got to talk and imitate and see if we can guess who you're imitating.
Oh, that might be too much abuse. Possibly. Because we do love our listeners. It's a love-hate relationship.
I'm not talking about the listeners. I'm talking about the speakers.
I know, but you know that I know that we know that if I imitate them, that it's going to be clear who we're talking about. So, hey, look, Barry's in here. Maybe we can abuse him. I have a hard time abusing women. It's a learned skill that I never quite got into. So I sort of defer. I grew up with so many strong women in my house that it's like I just usually let them walk all over me and then just sort of agree to like end the conversation. Like that's what happens after 18 years with 3 sisters and 1 mom. We were outnumbered, only 3 boys versus 4 women, so we just all learned to defer. Yes, repeat last word that she said. Yes, get it together. Okay, yes, yeah, tomorrow. Yes,
Yeah,
garbage,
and
take
you
out
know
garbage.
what? Any single women out there, that's the best type of guy to marry. The one that grew up with 3 sisters and a mom. Oh, I have one and he's the best. Listens like a charm. No argument.
Oh, you think he's listening. That's what I'm pointing at. Do you think that nagging, that just constant nipping at the heels of the man is really, getting into his brain and understanding what in reality it's complete blockout through one ear. That was the greatest skill of learning growing up with women. It was like, yeah, just in one ear, out the other ear, repeat last word. That's the name of the game.
Yeah, I'm not a movie buff, but maybe you guys know there's a movie out. It could have been newly released or out for a while, but it's the women, the AI women, the robot women, and they're there to just kind of please the men. And my husband was watching that just last week. And I'm like, oh, Jesus. Like, of course I'm, squawking like a typical woman. And he's like, that's why I want one right there. Because if you were that machine, I could just shut you up, put you in the room.
Well, but then we wouldn't have that. We would be living in squalor if we didn't listen to women. Let's be honest. The bachelor pads are called that for a reason. But I would say this that it's often misunderstood with escorts that you're paying from them for sex. It's like, well, sex is pretty much available to anybody that knows how to talk to a woman. The question is, you're paying them to leave after, right? So.
Yeah, but they're also cleaning the house, cooking, like they do
Oh, marriage.
everything.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about hoes, not marriage. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the AI that was on the whatever that movie
Oh
was.
yeah. Well, did you see the one where the guy falls in love with like Scarlett Johansson or whatever it was?
I think that was it. The blonde
Oh, yeah,
chick.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
My grandfather had 5 daughters, and I always wondered when I was a kid why he was hard of hearing and was in his garage all the time.
We were just shocked at the level of misogyny there, Rich. It's very disappointing.
Yeah, you fucking prick. Jesus.
Do you is that how you talk out on the oil sands? I mean, really?
Come on, man. I just talk about reality here.
No, he talks about his feelings out there. That's the secret sauce that people don't know. Everyone thinks it's all rough and tumble on the oil patch. In reality, it's a bunch of fucking sensitive men talking about their feelings.
It's like Brokeback Mountain, but with like 5 dudes at the same time, right?
Yeah, in the Atco trailer.
Yeah, and we I'll put on. Listen to Coldplay and like I would say that Wednesday night's tube top night in the shack. What happens in the shack stays in the shack.
Yeah, 10:15 p.m. every night. You can feel the Atco vibrating because everybody's jerking off at the same time.
Yeah, you don't want to turn a black light on in those buildings.
Yeah.
There's actually be surprised. There's a fair number of more women that work in the oil field now.
Yeah, and there's some major sleuths out there. Some major workers in these work camps that just work the crowd.
Yeah, no, you'd be surprised. There's a fair number of geologists, even roughnecks. I've come across women roughnecks on the rig, and some of them are tougher than any of the guys out there.
Yeah, there's lots of good looking girls out in camp there. Yeah, it's super good. I mean, you can tell the difference in a camp that's got women and doesn't have women. I prefer the camps with women because the out of hand masculinity stuff gets old pretty quick.
Well, nowadays, I mean, for the most part, guys are you'd be surprised. They are quite respectful of women out there working. There was a job I remember where there was a roughneck or a lease hand, which is a lease hand is kind of the lowest job on the rig. They do a lot of cleaning and stuff. But yeah, they had a female lease hand, and she looked a lot. She looked like Shania Twain when she was young. Like had a smoking body. And anyway, it was really hot out. It was like plus 35 out or something, and she had her coveralls tied around her waist, and she had a white tank top on. And the rig manager had to put a rule out that everybody had to have their coveralls done up tight, all the buttons done up to the top, because none of the work was getting done.
Does the same thing happen when you wear your coveralls tied around your waist?
Sadly, no.
Were you wearing the same tank top? Is that where she borrowed it hers from?
Yeah. But yeah, no, in the oil field, there's a lot more women now, like that work in the oil field, and it's a lot different nowadays than it was years ago. And actually, so like years ago, it was quite brutal. With not talking about women, but just in general, guys, how they were treated. Like I watched a guy one time, a young guy. They were torquing pipe together. They had this thing that's called pipe tongs that they used to, like huge wrenches that they torque the pipe together while they're drilling. And one of them, it slipped and hit him in the chest and broke a bunch of his ribs. And driller yelled at him to get back to work, and he did. So, but stuff like that does not happen nowadays at all. It's much different. On another topic, did you that Chris Sky? I seen the thing with him. Did you guys see this? Where he's talking about families and people being paid to and putting some witness protection program. People who've had adverse effects from the vax. You guys hear about this?
I haven't seen anything from Chris Guy lately.
I saw the video.
Yeah, it's a video where he's come out saying that families that are being paid off to keep their mouths shut over. I think typically people that are family members dying over the vaccine, and they're being put in some witness protection programs and being paid a lot of money to keep their mouths shut.
It was kind of a teaser video saying that he's meeting with somebody and is going to release something in the future. So I have no idea what that's going to be about or what that's going to end up being.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't surprise me that it being true in some cases.
Yeah, there's certainly pressure on people who have some kind of reaction to claim it's anything but the vaccine. So, yeah, I mean, crazier stuff has been happening.
Yeah, you wonder about the economics on that. Like, what dollars are they talking about? And, how many people would they have to pay?
I just threw the video up there in the nest if anybody wants to look at it.
Well, they did try to shut the young guy up, the golfer who was vaccine injured. Was it 2021? John Stokes, but he seemed to have gone silent. But he said that he was approached to and offered money to shut up. But after that, you haven't heard much from him that I'm aware.
Oh yeah, look at Justin Bieber. I mean, I think he had Bell's palsy, and his wife or whatever had a stroke. I mean, you didn't hear anything from them related to the vaccine, and yeah, it's
well, I think it's because all these industries are tied together, right? They're one hand feeds the other, and he's part of the machine. So he'd lose a record deal maybe if he went public, or worse. I think there's threat of harm or death. Even this is $1 trillion fucking industry that doesn't think anything about doing wrong and looking at possible billions of dollars in fines. They don't give a fuck. They'll kill people, I think. Well, they are, right? Obviously.
But why would they take the vaccine in the first place? That's what I don't. Wouldn't they be offered saline or something, or I don't get it.
Well, I think that is the case for some. There's a member of parliament in France who's vaccine injured, and his claim is that, obviously it's probably true, that Macron and all his cronies never got the jab, right? They talk the talk, but they never received anything. So I assume that might be what happened with Trudeau and others. On that note, if you remember Trudeau getting the most recent injection, I was curious about who the guy was that was giving it to him. Was it a Shoppers Drug Mart regular pharmacist, or was he brought in special for that job? Over.
Yeah, I would love to see live videos of Trudeau's kids getting booster shots. I guarantee he's not giving his kids booster shots. I mean, that's just crazy. But yeah, a lot of these politicians are definitely not doing any live shots because people do have reactions instantly. So when these videos pop up, they're all very suspicious.
Yeah, well, there's a montage of photos of I don't know what country it's from. It's in Europe, but a member of this country's parliament, and he's got PR shots, something like 7 of them, and he's all getting a vaccine in each one of them, and it's all in different scenery, right? It's the same guy. It's very bizarre.
I don't know if this was ever discussed on WOGs and Zinc Spaces, but there was a website that you can punch in your lot number of whichever jab someone took, and it would pop up according to each lot number, deaths, disabilities, other injuries, and that sort of thing. I wonder how credible that site was. If it, I forget the name of it, rate my jab or something. I can't remember now, but yeah.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that. What's interesting too is this NFL player apparently is going to recover. It'll be very interesting to see if he comes out and says anything, which there's going to be immense pressure for him not to, but it would be amazing if he said, we are going to investigate whether this was a result of my vaccine or if he just remains silent on the whole thing.
Yeah, it seems like he'd probably be under some serious pressure not to talk, for sure.
Well, I was
Yeah.
already seeing an article that they reported it had nothing to do with the vaccine.
Oh, great. They've already done the analysis for us. How helpful.
Yeah, that website's howbadismybatch.com. I posted a link in the nest to it. I think it was done by, I think the data was put together initially by, what's his name? He's the ex-CEO, an ex-CEO of Pfizer, who's very outspoken. And he teamed up with an engineer to put that data together, I think.
I don't know if anybody's been following John Campbell, but he had a video 2 days ago talking about with each subsequent vaccine, you are going to catch COVID, starting from like 1.5 times all the way to like 3.8 times more likely to catch it if you've had your 3rd vaccine. And YouTube just pulled that one down. I mean, it was a 50,000 person study out of Ohio. So that was, it's still floating around Rumble, but YouTube let it live for about a day and then they just yanked it yesterday, I think. But yeah, John Campbell's now a total anti-vaxxer, which is pretty hilarious to watch his progression as evidence dropped.
There's also another guy that comes in these spaces that WOG talks to extensively, John Baudouin. I heard him in another space the other night where he it was pretty late, but he was basically asking or putting it out there to any other state if they some people that might want to take him on because he had a hard time in Boston, I believe, to bring certain things to court or something like that. But he wants to go. I think it was. I'm not sure which. There was another state which he did mention he would love to take a jab and a stab at, and he would be very successful in bringing it to through the court system.
Yeah, well, the ocean of evidence is coming out. Also amazing is, you know, all these Twitter spaces where all these physicians are talking about it from all over the world. And really interesting will be just imagine if another NFL player, because this is late season football now. This is when these guys' injuries all come out. I mean, their bodies are pushed to the brink now, so they get exposed for any weakness they have. Will be crazy if we have another NFL player drop like that during the postseason. That will just be like a freaking shockwave. So I'm sure the NFL is going to be watching that closely.
Yeah, I think also we'll see maybe a growing number of players that'll be refusing to play. You know, the ones that are vaxxed that are worried.
Yeah, they've actually. I saw somebody who's close to a lot of NFL players that said there's a lot of locker room talk. I mean, they're all talking about the vaccine, and it's, you know, the media is not talking at front face, but in the locker room, it's everybody is talking about that. But I guarantee you, ESPN is going to be running defense because ESPN protects the NFL. They protected them when the whole brain injuries from concussions. I mean, ESPN needs the NFL. The NFL needs ESPN, and they defend each other. They're, you know, brother and sister.
Well, don't forget the ad revenue on ESPN comes from those companies. So
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, that's crazy. Like 70% of all revenue from major media is pharmaceutical driven. And you know, my dad was a pharmaceutical researcher, head of clinical research for a big pharmaceutical company back in the day. I remember when I was in high school, you know, I came home one day and he was all, you know, disturbed, and I said, what happened? And I said, and he said, they just allowed, the US government just allowed prescription drugs to be advertised on TV. And I said, well, what's wrong with that? And he said, well, that's supposed to be a doctor's decision whether to give somebody a certain chemical for a certain sickness they have. It's not the patients who come in begging for these medications. And he said it's disgusting that they can be advertised on TV. And that, you know, when I was a kid, they used to always, every week or month, they would talk about a drug that had side effects that needs to be taken off the market. And once they started advertising on TV, all that disappeared. I can't remember the last time, and I don't watch CNN much, but I can't remember the last time CNN talked about a drug that needed to be taken off the market. They used to be breaking news back in the day.
yeah, I don't see too many commercials. I usually pay for YouTube to get rid of them and everything. But when that lapsed for a little while and I actually had to see commercials, it's all those drug commercials, and you wonder what kind of data they're using. I actually wonder who they're advertising those to. I don't know if it's to potential patients or if it's to doctors or what the scam is there.
Well, it's 100% to patients. I saw the sickest thing I saw was like a couple years ago on CNN. I saw ads for Lockheed Martin and General Dynamics. I'm like, I'm not going to buy a shoulder fire rocket or be buying a fighter jet. And these ads are to the public. And then it finally hit me. This is just payoff money. This is money. This is a reward to CNN and for promoting war and for promoting, the agendas that they need to drive their income. I mean, I couldn't believe it. It was an ad from freaking Lockheed Martin to the public. The public does not purchase shit from Lockheed Martin.
Well, that's my point. Like with the drug ads, it's like, hey, we can fix your sniffly nose, but your penis is probably going to fall off, and this might happen and that might happen. It just, I think you hit it there. It's probably payoff money for bigger projects.
Yeah, it's disturbing to watch the ads. I mean, it's even now the NFL, every freaking NFL game, the first clip you have is a cartoon of a guy in a hospital bed coughing up COVID balls on like life support, and it's an ad for testing, uh, COVID testing. I mean, there's this COVID industrial complex that has now been birthed. So there's no incentive to get COVID products out of the news anymore. It's a new world we live in now with the deadly Kraken strain that has been released.
Yeah, it makes you wonder some of the natural things that are still illegal here in the States, but they can sell these products that have like 15 warnings on them for serious potential harm to your health.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, for 3 years now, our government has not talked about eating healthier or reducing any of your comorbidities. I mean, still today, they don't talk about vitamin D or getting sunshine or exercising or losing weight. It's just, the only way to health is vaccine. And it was funny. I listened to this clip on Joe Rogan. He's this big advocate. He's the I forget what part of the government he works in, but it's this guy, and he's this big vaccine advocate, and he's actually on the forefront of decision making for vaccines. And Rogan's interviewing him about his diet, and the guy's like, "Oh, I just eat junk food all day, and I'm terrible, and I'm overweight."
Yeah,
And Joe Rogan's like, "You're in this position of telling people to take this vaccine for health, yet look at your lifestyle." And the guy's like, "Well, but still, take the vaccine."
yeah, I saw that guy. He was something else. I think the best one I saw lately, I'll have to find it on my timeline. It was a packaging for McDonald's French fries advertising COVID basically. You need to go get your vaccine to keep healthy.
Yeah, I saw that too. I don't know if that was fake or not. I mean, that just seems so absurd.
Yeah, I have no idea, but like with the sideways shit we've been living through for the last few years, anything's possible.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, it was comical during the height of the pandemic to see, these people double masked in the drive-through line at McDonald's. Like, it just made me laugh. I mean, nobody would walk in, but they're getting their burger and fries, while they're trying to save their life with a COVID mask. It was just comical.
Oh, I saw a bunch of that. I'm back in school, and I mean, like you just feel like having an honest conversation with somebody and saying, your odds of dying from morbid obesity are documented and real. You're not going to die from the damn cold.
Yeah, no, it's amazing how backwards everything is. So we'll see what 2023 brings. Hopefully, I hope one of those deals they made with McCarthy when they held out on him was a massive investigation into the COVID debacle and cover up and suppression of information, because that should fire up people. That I believe that led to the loss of life, is a lot of the suppression, especially with ivermectin and hydroxy and all these studies coming out showing how the efficacy, and I mean that we could have saved millions of people's lives around the world if that shit wasn't suppressed. So we can only hope a day of reckoning is on the way. So
Yeah, let's hope so. I don't hold out any hopes for McCarthy or the whole uniparty situation, but we'll see.
no doubt he's a crook, but I think with the continuing, they're trying to sweep this under the rug, but with these continuing heart issues, with I guarantee the unvaccinated, the 20% of unvaccinated people in North America, or whatever the number is, aren't going to forget, and those people are going to be the constant advocates, and then also vaccine injured people, and then also people who realize it was a mistake and are now worried. So there's going to be continued pressure. This isn't something they can just close a chapter on and get down the road like so many other things like Afghanistan or whatever. I mean, this is a lingering thing, and it's something that people had shot in their bodies, and it's hard to sweep that one under the rug.
Yeah. What district is he from, McCarthy? I'm trying to look on Open Secrets and look at his donor list here.
I don't know, but he's wherever he is in California. I think it's somewhere in central, like farming California. But I do know they say he's the king of raising money, which is, not the guy. I mean, it's the guy they want, but it's not the guy we want.
Well, of course, Open Secrets still has old Nancy up there. Let's see. There he is, Kevin McCarthy. Oh, let's see. Yeah, he's raised $26 million and spent 23 of it. Comcast, Altria, Omnicron. That's a weird one. Omnicron Group. Okay. Just a few bucks. No big deal. All right.
Well, they said he raised like 500 million for the party in general, and that's the thing, is the speaker's the guy who doles out the cash. He's got this pack that he's in control of, and he can make or break you if he likes you in your district, and is going to send 5 or 10 million your way. So he's the kingmaker.
Yeah, I'm gonna put this little screenshot in the bubble here down in the bottom right, and you can see, at least the way I read this, the last couple of years he raised a ton of money, so they were grooming and buying that position early on from 2020 and 21. You can see how much his donations went up.
Yeah, that's why we always get these corporate speakers, because they're the cash registers for the other members, and so that's really, I mean, it's the sick power structure. But hopefully they held us back to the wall, those 20 guys, and I think they got a lot of concessions. So if they do put Tom Massey on an investigatory group that's going to look into the FBI's influence and things like that, we might see some things. So we can only hope.
Yeah, I hope so. I don't know. We'll see.
I'll tell you who's not going to get in any power positions, and that's Matt Gaetz. He's going to be he's going to be pretty much neutered of every position of power by McCarthy as the instigator. So
Yeah, you wonder if that boomerang comes back around, though.
yeah, who knows? I mean, this could be. I mean, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how McCarthy operates. I mean, obviously we're going to see a lot of the same shit, but I'm just hoping there could be a couple glimmers and exposés that just changes public sentiment, and maybe they can be some more advocates of the Constitution elected and things like that. But we'll see. This will be Elon is right. 2023 is not going to be a boring year.
No, not at all. Let's see if these jokers can pass a budget. I don't know.
Canadian friends, when is Justin due for a an election? Is that 2024 or when is that?
Popular thought is 2025.
Oh, that's a long time. You guys need a vote of no confidence ASAP.
Yeah, well, we need a lot, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, you have freaking NBT. It was NDP in there, or Singh, whatever his name is, causing a lot of problems for that.
For you guys down there, does anybody have any background or knowledge or people that have been involved in NGOs like USAID, National Democratic Institute, those organizations? Know anything about those?
Well, USAID basically, is, in my view, an arm of the CIA. They do a lot of dirty work around the world. I don't know a lot of firsthand stuff, but I do know when they show up in a country. I did have a friend that was working, and they were doing like tons of data collection and all kinds of stuff intelligence agencies would use in the country this girl was in.
Yeah, there's NED, which is National. Fuck, I forget what it is. Endowment for Democracy. It's supposed to be like the right or the left hand side, and then there's the NDI, which is the National Democratic Institute, and I think that's the Democrat Party sort of runs that, and then you've got NED, which is kind of Republican side of the aisle. But there's a Canadian who worked for NDI abroad, and he's even in the WikiLeaks vault emails where he was. His job in Nepal was to go out and try and influence an election, and this guy ended up being a member of the legislature for a province in New Brunswick, and I don't. In my feeling is he never stopped working for them. He just moved to a different country to influence elections, and he was party hopping as well. Like he would started in the Socialist Party, then they kicked him out, and then he went to the Conservative Party, and they took him in and made him a consultant. Then he ran and won in a riding for the Conservatives, and now the Conservatives kicked him out. And he was in Ukraine recently and came back and was on the stump to try and get more funding for weaponry in Ukraine, and he was also very influential in getting vaccines, the acceptance for vaccines in that province. He was, quite vocal. He had a platform, and he was, resolute. Get the shot, get the shot. And this is a guy that used to work for Washington. Over.
Yeah, no, that seems totally suspect. These USAID programs and like that's how they caught Bin Laden. They set up a fake vaccine program in that area, and they started gathering data. And I guess it was this doctor that gave the information out during this fake vaccine program. They were, issuing vaccines over there, and that was the intelligence device they used that led to Bin Laden, is my understanding. So these do-gooding groups from the U.S. government we send around, they have dual purposes. Often, I don't know if it's always, but it's crazy when you start looking at the tentacles, and even China's doing that to us now. They have in these universities these different, I forget what the name of it, but they had through a lot of universities in the US this Chinese organization that was to teach students about China, and it was basically to run propaganda and influence campaigns with youth.
Yeah, it's a similar profile to this guy.
Well, now I heard you guys have some Chinese police stations up there in Canada. Is the word? And I think we might even have one or two down here in the States.
Yeah, I gather that as well. I'm not in the country right now, but I've been following that a little bit. I think it's to try and keep Chinese nationals that are in Canada in line, right? That's what I think.
Oh, for sure. All of their stuff is being surveilled, and I mean, even there's a couple people I follow on here. Very interesting to listen to. They sound like experts on China. And like, are these guys paid? Because they always speak about how wonderful China is, and they may be very little critical of certain things, but in the end, they talk about how China's this growing power, and the U.S. needs to be careful. But they present themselves as Americans just with Chinese expertise, and you wonder like, who are these people?
So anybody got a download for us? WOG, Zinc, Brian?
I'll work on one for you. I'm gonna finish feeding my belly here for a second.
I spent about 3 hours yesterday listening to that room where all the vax injured were. And one thing I took from it is there was a lot of people that got up and spoke and said that there are a number of people that are vax injured that have taken their own lives because they can't get medical treatment. It's so expensive in the States. People are gaslighting them. Their family and friends don't believe them. And so a lot of people have chosen to take their own lives.
Yeah, that's horrible. That's horrible. I mean, after these campaigns of safe and effective, and having Stephen Colbert run nightly vignettes, with him dancing dressed up as a hypodermic needle, or all the crap they've done. I mean, they've put so much in the head that even vaccine hesitancy was viewed as a bad thing. And somebody to say that because these people were worried about fake side effects, and now to imagine to have side effects and go to your doctor, and they're pinning it on other things or not even acknowledging it. I mean, that's got to be so disheartening. I mean, I knew, I had one buddy who died of a stroke shortly after, and my buddy's uncle died in Vietnam of a stroke right after he had a Moderna shot. So like, I had my, spiny hairs up right at the get-go of this, just from people that I knew had already had what we think are vaccine side effects. So but if you don't know somebody, or it's people are still believing that these are safe and effective. Although it's amazing, in the US, there's only like a 95% of people are rejecting boosters. So the world has become quote unquote vaccine hesitant, which is very interesting. Even the vax cons, the big advocates, are now vaccine hesitant.
How couldn't you be at this point?
Yeah, like who the fuck is getting a vaccine right now? Anybody who's getting a booster, the government should put them on a list that they could be a great government employee, because they'll do whatever the government says. I mean, those are the if I was the government, if you're getting your booster, those will be first in line for jobs.
Yeah, the one thing I took away from that room, Reagan, well, I've thought of it many times. The mother of that young girl who was in the trial. I mean, I hate to be an armchair quarterback or to be critical, but I just can't imagine as a parent putting your child into a into a trial for that. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Is that the one that put all 3 of her kids in the trial?
Yes.
Yeah, normally you'd think they'd only put the middle child in, like me. I'm the middle child.
I remember the campaigns they ran too, with kids wearing capes that were jumping off beds that were part of this trial and flexing their arms, and they were helping America. I mean, people, it was like the war effort, contributing with Bonds or Rosie the Riveter. But anyways, go ahead, Dr. Lloyd, hop in there.
Hey, thanks, guys. I just wanted to kind of go off of what you were talking about with that room last night. I was supposed to be there and I did not get there, so I've been hearing little bits and pieces. I'm going to go back and listen to the replay, but Martha always has good rooms. Anyway, I didn't see who was speaking. I apologize, but somebody had mentioned about there's so many people that are injured and they're getting gaslit and they're just being denied. And I just wanted to share real quick my dad's story, if I can, please, because I lost him last year to these shots. He ended up with, well, I'll make it quick. I'll kind of summarize it. But my dad, after his second shot, it started having a hard time breathing, progressively got worse over a couple of weeks to the point where he was pretty much bedridden. And he was very active, even though he was in his early 70s. And they took him in and took a look at things. They did an aspiration of his lungs, and they pulled like 2 liters of liquid out of his lungs, or fluid. And this went on for about a month. And then the third time they did it, they started pulling blood out into the liters. And so they took him in to do an exploratory surgery to see what was going on with his lungs. And he was in there for a couple hours. The pulmonologist came out to talk to the family. And he said that he had removed the biggest mass of, and this is the doctor's words, quote, stuff that he has ever seen in anybody's lungs before in his life. And I believe now it was the fibrin clots that everybody's talking about and they're kind of showing around. So, I mean, the doctor certainly didn't know what to call it. He just said stuff. But it was definitely blocking his lungs up. And, he suffered, and I'm getting to the point now, I'm wrapping up, I'm sorry, but he lived for about 4 more days after that surgery. He lived in the ICU and he suffered so bad. He just really, really suffered. And my mom sat next to him in the ICU and booked her fucking appointment for her booster shot. My dad was laying there dying in the ICU. That's how in denial they have some people, including my own mother. And that was the big thing I wanted to share is like the cognitive dissonance is real. The mass formation is real. And it's scary how far they can take this stuff and get people in denial. So thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, that's horrible. And unfortunately, I mean, a lot of us have seen that in parents where my mom wasn't going to have any part of it, but my dad, when he passed before all this nonsense, but he was all about listening to the authorities and whatever they said, that would be fine.
That's funny that you said that because I kept telling him, I'm like, guys, please do not get these injections. Please don't. Like, they are, when they start messing with DNA, you got to wait and see, blah, blah, blah. I'm a PhD biologist. And they literally looked at me, and my dad's like, well, why should we listen to you when our doctors told us? Are you kidding me? Like, they acted like I had no clue what I was talking about.
Yep.
It was,
I've lived that. Yeah, I lived that with Dad while he was on dialysis, and they're telling him, "Oh, you're fine with this Diet Coke," and I'm like, "Dad, no, you're absolutely not." And he's like, what do you know?"
But yeah, thanks for listening, guys. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
thanks, Dr. Lord.
Sorry to hear about the
Hopefully we'll get you
loss.
back soon.
Sorry to hear about the loss of your father. That's terrible. My father was diagnosed with emphysema within about 2 weeks of his booster, and he quit smoking 20 years ago. He quit the timing is interesting, but he doesn't connect the dots.
You know what? My dad was also diagnosed with that when he first had the lung issues. He never smoked a day in his life. And then they tried to say it was COPD. Same thing. Isn't that weird? And one last thing I'll share, just because it is relevant. I picked up his medical records a couple of weeks after he passed away. Guess what they diagnosed him with while he was in the hospital through all his blood work? I don't even know if he knew at that point, but he had leukemia. Like, who gets leukemia at 70 something out of nowhere with no history? I think it's got to be all the shots.
Yeah, it's just absolutely horrible.
Is your dad doing better though? I hope.
My dad barely talks to me because we had a fight. He kept trying to. He told me I was a bad father and that me not vaccinating my kids was the equivalent of child abuse. So then
Sorry.
So then I reminded him about him smoking in the car when I was a kid and smacking us around and verbally and physically being extremely aggressive with us, and I mean, you name it, and he didn't like that much. So
I'm so glad I came in here. It's so validating. My mom called CPS on me for not vaccinating my son. Said I was medically neglecting them. Oh my gosh. I thought I was the only person in the world that had like that level of crazy ass parents. I'm not glad that that he accused you of that, but I do appreciate you sharing that. It makes me feel a little better.
well, he went on to say, like, basically, I got 7 other nieces and nephews, so he's got about, I think, 9 or 10 grandchildren, and all of my other nieces and nephews have taken it. And so he told me, I think that, odds are you're taking a real risk with your kids' lives. And so I told him, I said, if you're a smart man, you don't put all your eggs in one basket. And, all of your other kids have taken this, or all of your other grandchildren. So, my kids may be the only ones, because early on it was obvious to me that this shit was messing with their reproductive system. So I reminded him that my kids may be the only ones that actually carry on our family line, because unfortunately I'm afraid the other ones may be injured, and obviously we don't know that, but
And for more reasons than just reproduction, I'm like itching to hold a room so bad, like to host one, because there's so much stuff I want to talk about. Because I always start pulling out like the really, really like obscure and censored and buried shit. So, but with the kids we're finding out, and this is terrifying. I'm not trying to fearmonger by any means, so please don't think that. But it is what it is. These kids cannot develop their innate immune systems because they're being bombarded by nothing but spike and the antibodies. And kids are vaxxed. Well, I should have back up and said that. That's what's happening to the kids that's vaccinating. These kids are constantly just being bombarded by the spike. They're not going to develop an innate immune system, and they're probably not going to make it much past early adulthood, unfortunately. So you might
I
be
don't
reading
even know how we turned the corner here where we were going to quote unquote, well, I'm not even going to say vaccinate, but transfect these kids with this crap, because kids were never at risk. I mean, if you remember the beginning of even the least bit, the truthful part of the narrative is that, any disease that comes rolling through town, through a population, you have an at-risk population, and that was not the kids. So I don't understand where this even turned. I'm trying to think back, but like
Do you
how
want me
that
to tell
even
you?
turned.
I can
Yeah,
tell you
go for it.
exactly why we're vaccinating the kids. Because the EUA, the vaccines that are under EUA, they have a liability shield, right? So we can, I mean, yeah, I guess technically we can extend the emergency orders forever, but we technically can't. So when we have to get those vaccines approved, like the name brand under the FDA, and at that point, there's no liability shield because the liability shield from the EUA is gone. The only other liability shield for vaccines is for them to be on the childhood vaccine schedule. And guess what they did about a month and a half ago, 2 months ago? That's exactly why. It's literally just to escape liability.
hey doctor, you're right technically, but the way they sold it socially was save grandpa, vaccinate your kid and save grandpa. And you know what, I'm trying to think back in history where elderly people sacrificed their grandchildren so that they could live another couple of days.
Never,
Well, shit,
never,
Regan. Well,
ever,
hold on.
never,
Well,
never.
we actually have been doing that for like the last 50 years with our spending. We've been, throwing this debt on top of these kids forever and ever and ever. So this is just the next iteration of that, right? Like, screw you guys. I want my last few years of life, even if it's a bullshit story. So, we're gonna just go throw all the risk on you. That's what comes to my mind.
Hey, truth there, man. I mean, I've had that discussion with my father. He, about 10, maybe 20 years ago, in my early 30s, I was talking to him, and he basically said to me, the reason why at that point most of my friends did not own homes, yet all of his friends owned homes in their early 20s, is because my friends were dumb and lazy, and his friends were just so great, right? That's how fucking ignorant they are.
Yeah, going back to the kids vaccinating. I mean, they set up so many absurd like social constructs that the children were going to be the grandma killers and grandpa killers just to separate families. And then it was to stop the spread. If you take this, you won't spread it to grandma and grandpa. I mean, what a fucked up construct is to tell kids they're any kid that potentially caught it and gave it and their grandparent died, they were deemed the murderer. You were deemed a murderer. There's a video going around right now with a guy in Costco who's got a mask on. Nobody else has a mask on, and he's holding up a freaking can of mace, saying "Stay 6 feet away from me." Talking to an employee. It's a crazy video, but people's minds have been infected with these social constructs that we've been fed.
They
Yeah,
want
and
to
if
Trying to do kill
anything,
grandpa? What's going on here? You're a grandpa killer?
yes.
Saw week, grandpa.
Yeah, no, I mean, if anything, we saw the mental defects in some of those people, like the guy with the mace you're talking about. It's like shining a light in the closet and seeing all the cockroaches running around inside of people's heads.
Well, I'm sure.
I'm in
Speaking from personal experience.
You know this to be true, Rog.
I'm in the Bay Area, and there's a checker here who's still wearing a bubble on his head. His entire head is encapsulated in this bubble where he's protecting himself from COVID. It's absurd.
Did you guys see those Russian clear plexiglass like tubes you would put over your head and had cut out for your shoulders?
I've seen them.
I'm going to try to find that tweet again because it was so perfect.
Yeah, they still have a few of the plexiglass shields up at school on some of these people's desks and stuff, and I always
But
make
I'm
a point
talking
just
like a
to...
personal one, like a tube that goes over your...
So a full body condom? Is that what we're
No,
talking
like
about?
a full head thing. Like you're in this actual tube and it shows this dude like... Fuck, I don't even know what to Google on this. It's like a tube of clear plexiglass and you put it over your head so that the only air you're getting is like from straight above. And it shows like two couples like on a romantic date with this tube thing on their thing. Like they were trying to sell this as a product.
Hey, Wog, try Googling dumb fuck.
Well, there's that photo of a couple with one of these enclosures on a hike, right in the bush and on a mountainside, and somebody took a shot of them, and they've got masks on inside the little tube. It's just bizarre.
Hey, all joking aside, I still see kids walking home from school from the local high school, and they can be 3-4 blocks away from the school, all by themselves on the side of the road on a rainy day, and these kids are still wearing their fucking masks. I feel like stopping and screaming at them.
Yeah, it's the same here.
Hey guys,
Same
just
here.
a quick question. What are some of the best non-participation strategies that you guys have heard and come across that you actually want to start implementing going forward in your own life?
I'm not going to be gay in 2023. I'm not participating anymore in my monkeypox orgies.
Forever's a long time, Wog.
I posted a pic of a hiker protected from COVID in the nest.
Hey, Chase, at this point in my town, there aren't too many restrictions, so it's hard to push back too hard. But I mean, I'm doing shit like last time I went grocery shopping, I picked the line that had the employee with the double mask on. So I waited patiently in that line, although I was offered to go to other lines. I said, no, I'm good here. And then when I got up to her, I started talking to her, and I looked at her and I said, those are some nice masks. I haven't seen a double masker in a while. And she kind of looked at me and I said, this plexiglass here, this doesn't work. And she kind of looked at me again. And then I said, well, I guess it's good that at least you can admit your vaccine isn't working. She wasn't too happy with me.
So, Regan, are you trying to convert people, or are you trying to harass and terrorize?
I was
alienate and harass.
antagonize.
I was just being a dick.
True to the nature, brother. Yeah, that hiker with the full body condom up there, I would actually pay good money to see a bear encounter that on the trail.
I usually, I used to mess with the double maskers, and I think maybe they had somebody die in their family of COVID. Maybe that's, legitimate excuse for their paranoia, but I will wait in the longest line if it's somebody without a mask. I don't look at a person wearing a mask to me as like not even a human at this point.
You guys are getting all cocky in that catastrophic, what's it called? The one that they just did the war games with, catastrophic contagion. Yeah, that's coming, guys. 2025. Like, we're doomed, and you're all thinking this is funny. I'm being a smartass, but they really did just war game another pandemic.
Well, think about that, though. They could pull the biggest rope-a-dope ever. You have a non-lethal virus go through. You tell people they have to do all these things, and then at a point in the future, you actually have something that's lethal roll through, and you've got this wave effect from that because people are laughing it off. It's like the crying wolf situation.
Well, they definitely did it this time because COVID is starting to become more virulent again, but it still is retaining the effectiveness or the contagiousness that it has. So usually, like, the more contagious a virus gets, the less dangerous or virulent it is, and vice versa. But yeah, they engineered this one where it's gaining the ability to go back deep into the lungs and become more dangerous, but it still spreads as fast as the current whatever. They're not variants, they're all separate viruses, but that's just my opinion.
Even if they announce that there is a virus that's, like someone else said, I'm stealing words here, 200% more, more deadly. I'm not fucking locking myself down. I'm not closing my business. I'm not going everywhere with the mask on. I'm just going to live my life. If we as humans,
Yeah, no.
Can't live,
Regan.
if we can't live on this
Not even
earth as
saying
it is, then what's the point in being here, man? I'm not living in a cage.
Hey, Regan,
No,
would you be a believer in like a free market solution kind of to this whole thing? Would that be okay with you? Where it's like we believe we don't want to be mandated, right? So our body, our choice, but extend it out to even like you said, your business, and you don't want to be shut down. Like Adamson Barbecue here was shut down, say in early 2020. What about businesses like that want to stay open can stay open? Businesses that want to shut down can shut down. Private property rights respected everywhere.
100%.
I doxed Regan.
in that.
Regan's up in the nest, number one. I doxed him.
Sorry, what was that, Brian?
I doxed Regan. He's up in the nest, number one.
Hey, Chase, before I look at that, 100%, man. And you know what? What if we had taken that approach with the virus itself, with the treatment of the virus? Then what? Then we could have had early treatment. We could have had, some of these protocols being used instead of the shots. We could have trusted some people who'd already had it, natural immunity. So yeah, I agree 100%. If we live in a free economy, then how come there was no variance in how the disease itself was treated from the beginning? It was all one solution fits all. That's not a free
Well,
open
yeah, because
economy.
freedom wasn't part of the script at all. That's not what this was all about. Control anyway. So I mean, my point earlier wasn't like if something actual, virus came along or anything that you would lock down or anything. It's that the one thing government had as a currency that it's been eroding forever, but completely destroyed was any trust. So if some real situation, whatever it is, virus or otherwise, comes along now, that trust is so gone, so mutilated that they're going to end up costing people's lives, even if it is a real thing at some point.
Yeah, but okay, first of all, you're assuming that masks work,
I think
which
they've
they
really
don't.
stepped up like a whole new level of coercion this year. I just recently was introduced to Dr. Shoemaker via Spaces this week for the first time. But he was just unlicensed this week. Jordan Peterson is being unlicensed. I was talking to my wife. I said, "Listen, the Ontario College of Teachers, you know, could be next, right? And how would they do this? This could be like anybody's license that's provincially regulated, really, if you want to game this out." There was an internet company called Clearview.ai, and what they do is they scrape the data off the internet and from your social media user agreements, right? So everything that we don't read from agreeing to every social media platform, basically we give them an insight into our life, and they know everything about us. Being used by police forces all over the GTA. There's articles that you can look at. Chief Mark Saunders got it off of the Toronto Police Services. I don't know if the new chief is implementing it or not, but they could just use a company to monitor all of us and then say, "Oh, well, you're not the social credit score, right? Your social media, we don't like what you're saying. You need retraining, and or you'll have your career revoked." Like I think privacy. We need to see some privacy.
Well, you already
Yeah,
you
Wog, I
already had
wasn't
that up
saying.
in, I forget if it was in BC or which province, but I remember that lady posted something about the vaccine not working or something like that, or something about COVID, and a Mountie showed up at her front door.
Ontario.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, good times. No, Wog, I wasn't saying mass work. What I'm saying is, like, hypothetically, say the movie Trimmers, that those creatures were actually showing up, popping up, and eating people, and the government came to tell you about it. Now they have zero trust. You know what I mean? There's just no situation now where they're gonna have the trust that would actually protect people. Which is their one rule.
But
Yeah, no, I get it.
go ahead, Wog. I'm sorry.
Did anyone check out the thing in the nest there? What about Regan?
Oh, Chuck Norris.
I'll look in a minute there, Wog. Hey, Brian, just to push back, I think your statement, I mean, there's two assumptions. One is that the government would actually tell us if there was something out there that was trying to kill us. And the other is that people like me hadn't already lost almost all faith in the medical system prior to this shit. So for me, it's like, no matter what the government tells me, I'm going to do my own research. I don't trust the bullshit. I mean, my doctor tried to put me on antibiotics probably 50 times in my life, and I think I filled the prescription maybe 5 times. So, and then we find out later that
Yeah.
antibiotics are overprescribed. So I don't have a lot of faith in the medical system. I have no faith in our government. So for me, it's a non-starter.
Well, 100%, and you and I are on the same page on that. What I'm talking about is the bulk. Like there's a certain chunk of the population that they had under their thumb that I think that has escaped them at this point. Are you ordering cheeseburgers, Wog? What's going on?
Oops, sorry.
Yeah, Regan. No, we're on the same page, man. I haven't. I don't know if or when I ever did trust the government, but their one role, and then you did have all these people that pretty much would have followed along with anything they said, and they still have their diehards, because those are the people you were just talking about that are still wearing masks and stuff. But I think they lost a lot of their power through this play. Is my point.
Well, and just on the new, more deadly virus, just on the basic understanding of it, we've talked about it so many times, but it's worth reiterating in every room. You know, a virus is an Amway salesman. It wants the max sales possible, right? It's multi-level marketing. That wanker aunt you have that comes over with all her products and is always droning on about it. That's what a virus wants to do. So it's going to replicate very quickly and create mutations that are going to be more spreadable and less deadly, because you're not going to spread it if you're in a hospital bed, whatever, right? You're going to spread it if you're at Walmart sneezing. So it's critical to understand that. And yes, they could deploy something that is actually whatever. Um, but the deployment has to be limited. It has to be, in the air systems. Would have to be, aerosolized or something like that to sort of, get 400 or 500 people, done up in a mall, and then it would spread very deadly-ish for, one or two mutations, passages through humans, and then it's just immediately going to move to more spreadable, less deadly, right? So they're fucked. Nature has already taken care of their thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, and there is no new coronaviruses you can sort of do this stuff to. It's all old coronaviruses, which we have an innate immunity over the past 300,000 years of developed immunity. So it's really a non-goer. We have to stop feeding the fear of this, lab leak hypothesis thing, novel new virus, or the bat wet market thing. It's both of those things lead you to the same spot. That's how they capture the conspiracy theorists, because I know my buddies that are very skeptical were wearing gloves in their car and wearing masks alone in their car just because they were taking it very serious when no one was doing anything.
Yeah, there was an old Clancy book where he kind of covered those bases where, these terrorists wanted to deploy whatever bioagent it was, and they had to hit like this incredible number of airports to get the mass spread right away, because you are going to have that. Anything that's that hot is going to die off quickly.
Regardless if this virus is real or where it came from or all that, to me, the smoking gun for all this is the PCR testing, how it was used, how it works, and how it was used. How many people talk about the PCR testing at all, and I don't get it. That's what that was the first big tell for me on all this being bullshit.
You talking
Yeah,
about
and
the
that's
false
just your
positives?
Yeah, well,
just
how it
that
was
it's an
used.
ineffectual test
False
for
positive and false negatives. You have to include those.
Yeah, well, also like for them, the ability to change the numbers based on the number of temperature cycles that they do. So, and the fact that it's a quantitative test, not a qualitative test. Or sorry, it's a qualitative test, not a quantitative test. So it doesn't tell you the viral load that somebody has.
Well, and here's the most ridiculous part about it is a big piece of your immune system is in your mucous membrane where they're getting the sample from. That doesn't mean that you're infected with anything. It might just be where your body's actually dealing with that substance.
Well, I'd ponder to think, if we fast forward 100 years, are we going to have a healthier, better world population if we let the ill succumb to some of these illnesses, or if we make sure the ill survive at the expense of the healthy people? If we make all the critical thinkers that are healthy and have thought about their health and have good genes and good habits, if we make them sick, but we keep all the people that, drink pop and diet pop and get overweight and don't exercise and maybe have some bad genes and already have disease and can't critically think. I mean, are those really the people we want to prop up and move forward into future generations? What's the world going to be like at that point?
Well, the question
Am I
it
in the
would be
WF room?
the different the different way to phrase that is that why would they attack the followers if it was a Depop agenda? Why would they only get rid of the followers? That you'd think that they would want the followers and to get rid of the critical thinkers. And then if it was a Depop agenda and you get rid of the people that are followers, then it doesn't make sense, right? As a Depop agenda thing.
Can I counter that, please, real quick? It's Lori. I'm not on board with it being a Depop either. I'm not either way. I don't have an opinion either way. But I heard somebody counter argue that same thing the other day, and it made sense to me because we're having all this mass immigration from countries where they're not getting the vax. They're saying, like the excuses that they're too poor and they can't afford it and whatnot. And so their theory was that they're going to have all this mass immigration of workers that can do all the labor and the farming and the just all the hard labor that we do, but they want to retain the intelligent people, especially the I guess I don't know what word you'd use, but people like us that just we get it, we know what's going on, and that's what they're going to need to be able to run the more sophisticated things and to develop like the robots and the AIs. And that's a really simplified, but I think you kind of understand where I'm going with that, right?
Straight to circumcision.
No, I think you make some sense there. But here's the other thing I look at, Wog, is if the Georgia Guidestones are real, and if that in fact is what they want, then do the math. I mean, is it 95? Is it closer to 95% vaccinated or 95% unvaccinated? Right? It's a sheer numbers thing. The only way they can get anywhere close to bringing the world population down to what those Georgia Guidestones wanted would be to take out a massive percentage of the population. 5%.
Well, okay, here's the counterpoint to what I just said. I'll counterpoint myself here. So who is closest to transhumanism? Guys like us that can fucking parse the internet and figure out what the fuck is going on and all the rest of it? Or is it the you know what I mean? Is it the other quotient of the population that just has no clue, the boomer sort of Googlers out there that exist in the wild, right? So which ones would you want if you were going towards transhumanism? Well, we're very close to it because the internet sort of saved us, right? So that is a sort of another counterpoint you could throw in that ring as well.
Makes sense.
Don't discount that there's some immunity issues that can arise. Like, for example, original antigenic sin, antigenic imprinting, that can affect everybody. In fact, that can affect the unvaxxed more than the vaxxed. So, I mean, there's a lot of moves that can be played on this board right now that they can get to those numbers they want.
But if you look at it simply, as far as I look at it, my health comes from within. My health is a result of choices that I make. The pharmaceutical industry has nothing to do with why I am healthy right now. And the government has nothing to do with why I'm healthy right now. I'd argue the counter that the only reason I am healthy is because I have over and over and over again ignored the government and ignored the advice of medical people. So,
No, it's a salient point. I mean, the conflation of health and healthcare. I mean, healthcare is not health. Health is something totally separate from healthcare. It really should be called sick care. It's like life insurance should be called death insurance. But, I mean, it's just, people think if you have healthcare, you have health. It couldn't be farther from the truth. It comes from within your diet, your choices. That's where health comes. It doesn't come from health care.
Yeah, and when was the last time you heard the government or the medical industry state that clear and obvious fact?
Well, it ought to be an obvious fact that if you're going to the doctor on a regular basis, you're doing some shit wrong, right?
What is interesting, though, as Alex Berenson always points out, is that the healthiest of people are the ones that did get the most vaccines. So you do have like a lot of poor people and like a lot of Black community that's overweight. They're like, we're not interested in these vaccines. So you are going to have, they do talk about, the vaccines did work because look at all the vaccinated people. We have, these certain studies that claim they have a slightly higher percentage. And Alex is that's easily dispelled because you have a healthy vaccine bias. You do have, like in San Francisco, it's all young tech people. They're all fucking vaccinated and boosted. But if you go to Alabama, where it's a very poor, they have only like a 50% vaccine rate. So you are going to have just the healthy vaccine bias. You will have some people just based on their health that wouldn't have survived COVID who made vaccine choices on certain lines, which is an interesting point.
Yeah, but I think a counterpoint to that is that if you you talk to the average, 85-year-old that's still alive now, how many vaccines did they have? Maybe 5 in their lives. They didn't have the 100 that they want to give our children. So let's wait until the next generation gets into the 80s and find out if any of those kids that have had 70 fucking vaccines by the time they're 12 are going to live to be into their 80s. Because my grandmother died, she almost lived to 90. And slightly different, but one of the advice she gave me was, you want to live a long time, stay the fuck out of the hospitals, because she watched over and over and
Right
over
on.
again her friends go to the hospital and never come out. She avoided it like the
Yep.
plague, and she died at home, but she was almost 90, and right up until she had a stroke, she was healthy. She drove her car, she walked around, she did her own shopping, she took care of herself.
Yeah, Regan, and I mean, you probably have met these same people I'm about to talk about, but that 95-year-old guy you see in the checkout lane with his bottle of whiskey and a steak, and he's been eating that his whole life, doesn't go to the doctor, and just gets up and works every day. It's just, yeah, I guess it depends on what you were exposed to as a kid, but going to the doctor is just not good medicine.
Aren't doctors like the third leading cause of death in the United States?
Yeah, medical
Yeah, there's a
malpractice
term
is
for
huge.
that. Let me look up this term. Hold on.
I mean, if milk was the third leading cause of death, would you still drink milk?
Well, it does a body good, I hear.
If Kool-Aid was,
I think this Depop agenda is multifaceted. And so like the human race is being attacked on this on different through different avenues. I mean, if you look at the birth rate declining and fertility rates dropping, I think it's way beyond just this. I mean, it's a huge factor. It isn't just killing off people with the vax. It's reducing fertility.
which
And
was
then,
happening before, right?
yeah, well, there's a lot of other things
Birth
too there
rate.
with diet and all the other shit that's in food, right? So,
Well, but it just the more the richer a nation gets, the less children you have just naturally, right? So if we didn't have like our immigration theory should be replacement, right? Stabilize with maybe slight amount of growth. But what we see is, I've done the graphing there and you can perv on my profile about it. But basically if you take in 500,000 refugees in Canada or immigrants in Canada for 10 years, you end up with 1 in 7 immigrants, which will be enough to tilt it towards the liberals, right, in perpetuity, because the immigrants for the first few years are sort of like insecure and vote for whoever brought them in, and then they sort of turn conservative is sort of the general thing, because they realize like, oh my god, after I've gotten used to it and the novelty is worn off, that whatever government brought me in, I don't have allegiance to. I'm already set here. I'm already a permanent resident or a citizen or whatever.
And I want to bring the rest of my family in, so I better keep things the way they are.
Well, that could be the big push, right?
well, I think this Depop agenda is, I think it's definitely real. I think it's more kind of a long-term end game for them. That's partly why I think they're going after the kids so hard with all this shit.
Birth control, convincing the women not to be a homemaker. I mean, this is how you capture society, is to not really, it's like, well, mom's not at home. The kids are looked at as a burden. The grandpa's in a box, the kids are in a box. There's no transfer of morality or religion or upper guidance, right? It's just you have a population of sheep that just do not have a guidance, right? So they're all looking for these little messiahs, and then the easiest motivator is fear, right? And we see that all the time in these rooms, right? I'm going to be a fear monger. Oh, I've got fucking thousands of followers, blah blah blah. It's like, well, yeah, I could fucking, and you can use psychology on our side too to feed like death things. But having communicated with people in government and positions of power, no one is really like nefarious with this. They all think that they're doing the right thing, et cetera, et cetera. It's really the capture of the nexus points, right? Like the decision makers, et cetera, is where you find the tractionability of nefariousness, right? So, like your public health official, you're this, you're that. And then, you can motivate them through goodness too by saying like, oh, here's some secret information from the CIA or or deep state that says, oh, look, aliens are landing, or this new variant looks like it's really going to be deadly. And, keep on feeding this like inside info, which never really appears. And, like most, sheep, basically, they just forget in like 2 years, a year and a half. They don't even remember what happened to them with their detriment, right?
Well, it's funny you talk. You talk about how they push fear. Jay Bhattacharya was in the early COVID meetings with Fauci, and he said he would bring in Jay, the Stanford public health doctor, our expert would bring in stacks of studies, and he would sit right next to Fauci, and he goes, Fauci never brought in shit. And he goes, I would point out these studies that the death rate is not as high in this, and he said Fauci looked at me and said they need to be more fearful. And he goes, that was he's a fucking bureaucrat that wanted to push fear. He never ever brought in evidence or any studies into those meetings.
Yeah, the word.
Well, because they've already said it. They said why they needed a new thing so they can get the mRNA platform so they could just speed through the process. They have video of it.
Yeah, the thing I was.
Yeah, Dr. Borla admits it. He goes, my people came to me and said, let's use mRNA. And I thought that was weird, but that's what they said.
So the word that was escaping me is iatrogenic, and it's the third leading cause of death. And that's basically your healthcare worker causing you to die accidentally. So there you go, iatrogenic.
Hey, did you guys see the guy who interviewed Trudeau or stuck a camera in his face, started talking to him, and brought up I think it was Peter McCullough and a few other doctors, and Trudeau looked at him and said, I don't know those doctors, never heard of them.
Yeah, and then he turned and stormed off.
You really think this day and age nobody's heard of Peter McCullough?
Well, the question is, again, guys, strategic versus critical thinking. Okay, I'm coming in with my narrative here. I'm going to push my narrative. I like to be a Bitcoin vegan. I'm going to tell you all about both of them at length, right? I'm going to fucking talk all technical right over your head, or 5G, chemtrails. This is not how you move the movable middle, right? It's just fool's errand. Sheep trying to become shepherds in the sheep flock. So, what better would have been just to say, we're seeing these metrics, we're seeing this, like any comment that, oh, he would say the same bullshit, but, figure out something that he couldn't, that he spoke about in the past, and then cut to that clip after you ask him each time, right? Do you know that, there's more people dying that are vaccinated than unvaccinated per capita, not just throwing that out there, throwing out the adjusted number, the myth that when we started detecting the numbers of vaccinated going over, and then the graphs produced on the other side were sort of like, yeah, that's because there's more vaccinated people, so obviously there's going to be more vaccinated deaths. It's like, no, we're adjusting for that, right? Like, you have to have your thing on signal on point. And it's like the same thing with when our guys get into like the big rooms and they get speaker slots. It's like, yeah, talking about 5G and nanobots is really going to sway the room with like these high powered doctors and shit like that. Like, guys, give your fucking balls a shake. Drop your narrative, start strategic thinking. Well, I'm critical thinking into my fucking rabbit hole of like narrative, da. It's like, well, good fucking luck, good fucking luck there. You know what I mean? You're just feeding the loss of respect on our side, right?
Yeah, no doubt. You have to, when it comes to persuasion, you have to meet people where they are. I mean, if you're coming from 30,000 feet and they're still on the ground, they're just going to look at you like you're insane. But just another to circle back onto physicians. My mom had a foot surgery a while back, and I'm in the medical office with a podiatrist, and I'm asking about a certain medication. And he says, I don't recommend it. Only works like 20% of the time. And I looked at him, I said, oh, it's kind of like the COVID vaccine. And he stood up like in his chair, his eyes popped open. He said, absolutely not. He said, this vaccine has saved millions of lives. And he said, it's part of Kaiser, and Kaiser's a massive health company in the US. And he says, we wouldn't be demanding everybody take this vaccine unless it was helpful. We have the numbers. It saved us a ton of money. And I looked at him and I said, are you aware that in England right now, NIH is reporting more people are dying who are vaccinated than unvaccinated? And he said, well, I've never heard of that, and it just goes to show how uninformed, he was. And I told him, I said, you better go look at the raw data and, check this stuff out, because you got to persuade me with the facts and the evidence. You can't just say safe and effective. That's a conclusion. I need what's behind that.
You just got to focus on circumcision, guys. You got to go where it really hits them. You got to be very strategic.
Go.
Yeah, that
Let it go.
procedure.
Let it go.
Let go of the foreskin today.
Cut those fucking cocks. You fucking cut those fucking cocks. All right? And you girls out there, we know that there's like one girl in here is of baby birthing age. The rest of them are menopausal, but that's okay. But that one chick in here, make sure you cut that cock right from the get-go. Cut it.
And put
I
vaccine
recommend
in the
you carry
jet
a
fuel.
cigar cutter at all times.
Yeah, that's what the chemtrails are about. The chemtrails, they filter down this certain chemical that makes people want circumcision, and then it activates the 5G nanobots when you read the Bluetooth, because someone that has been vaccinated has a Bluetooth marker in them, and you can like read you can just try it. Just turn on your Bluetooth and search around. You'll see a whole bunch of weird numbers. They usually have like colons in between them. That means that's like that's the vaccinated people around you, so you can read their thing. And I know you're sort of vaccinated and stuff, and I really want you to come on our side, the freedom side. But you need to know about these nanobots, because they're self-assembling. I can show you videos where like they crawl around and like the little head thing comes out. So stew peters, and there's venom in them. There's venom in the water, so you can't drink the tap water anymore. It's like really important that you understand this stuff to get a base of it. And by the way, Bitcoin and veganism.
And
Build a nanobot to make your...
I've got photos of a Pfizer tanker truck fueling a plane.
Classic. Why would that be?
Wogpog, it's carnivory, for fuck's sakes. Carnivory.
I just want to know if the nanobots make your unit longer.
What's that? Your safe word? Your safe word, chasse, and those Bitcoin vegan fucking orgies that you go to? Carnivory. The best safe word. This is another tip for the audience here, and just for you guys that don't know, it's National Spaces Audience Abuse Day. So the best safe word you can get is stop. Always pick stop as your safe word. It works brilliantly.
Not deeper.
Yeah, deeper is also an alternative if you're a little bit scared of saying stop. Maybe you're triggered by your childhood trauma, so you can blame your parents with where your situation is at in life when you're fucking 50 years old. That's also a good one.
You guys scared the doctor away.
Don't care. I mean, whatever. Maybe she's busy. She's cool shit. She's cool shit. She drops F-bombs and shit. I don't think she really gives a fuck. But no, I'm sort of through it. Like, I'm getting fucked with big time on this platform, and I'm like, okay, time to fucking gloves are off today. National fucking Abuse Day for people that want to come in and listen. Great, perfect. Grab a mic, come on up and get roasted.
Guys, I will get roasted, but I'm surprised I never heard of your rug pull theory. I mean, not the one on the crypto, but the general rug pull theory. That says that the purpose of all this is for all of us to distrust any form of government, and then the mayhem will come, and then they will, then eventually we're gonna get some Boston Dynamics shit upon us.
Yeah, it'll be cartels. It'll be roving bands of mercenaries. It'll be Mad Max, right? And yeah, that is one of the theories for sure. The question
Everything
is,
it's unfolding, it's going towards that.
Who can control the mercenaries, right? And it's the people with the coin. The question is, can they keep their fucking financial system afloat? That's the real question, right? So if they can keep it afloat, then yeah, they could actually theoretically control the mercenaries. But the problem that's going to happen with that is that there's going to be guys that are going to be working hard to,
The mercenary, that's the most
angle their own.
ridiculous. That's so
No,
ridiculous.
it's
The
not.
mercenaries aren't going to use fiat money. They're going to use gold and silver and shit like that. Stuff that has no credit on it. And then,
Yeah, no,
you're just
exactly,
you're gonna be able, you
Tate.
have to be able to kick their asses. You have to be. It's all about
Yeah,
like who has the guns at that point.
no, exactly. So no, exactly, and that's that's where I was going. So like all of this stuff is backfired like central, and that's why we just sit here and watch them auto fillet themselves until they fucking figure out that, oh, oops, Nuremberg 2.0 is here, and guess what? Journalists got hung and priests got hung in Nuremberg too, right? It wasn't just bureaucrats and functionaries got hung. And probably we're more, civilized now, and it'll just be like life in jail or some shit like that. Some cushy fucking, warm climate fucking golf course fucking prison or whatever. Who gives a shit? Just take them out of the fucking circulation of society. And it's our fault. It's not even their fault. It's our fault for being so fucking stupid and for being so fucking lazy and engaged. I mean, what's the amount of reading books in this room? Who has over
You are
20 books in
totally
their
right.
fucking house? If you don't read books, you're fucking fucked. If you don't
Yeah,
understand history, you're fucked. So it's like,
Andrew
well,
Tate's
yeah,
Andrew Tate's
Communists, they
best tweet:
started with,
"Don't read books."
not giving you the right to read books. So I've seen it. I mean, I
yeah,
was
but you
only
don't. But what was
15,
that
but
quote? What was that quote from that guy? He said, "You don't even need to like have communism. You just have to make like reading books uncool or whatever, and then the democracy will just destroy itself, right? I mean, it's fucking child's play."
yeah, I get it. I mean, the term is communism, it's outdated. I'm not using it as in proper term, but it's just what they called it, what I lived.
Yeah, I think hanging is old school wog. I think you need to just go the castration route.
Just think of the irony of the Bitcoin prepper.
Yeah, I think the biggest weapon, he just said it here, but the biggest weapon you could ever have is a great library, and kids that like to dig into it and read can think for themselves.
They closed the library in my old town, and they wanted to convert it to like an internet cafe type of thing, which is kind of fucked up in its own right. But they were
For
giving
the
away all the
record,
books.
home library.
Yeah, so they were giving away all the books. So I went in, and I was just like, first thing I went to is the reference section and just pilfered like a fucking motherfucker. I took like 3 or 4 trips from this library, and I was like, holy shit, dude. Like at first I focused on the reference books because of course being a library rat, the reference books were sort of in that, ultra niche, like no eating anything near them and all that kind of shit. So I pilfered the reference section first, and then I went to whatever different interests I had. But yeah, 4 carloads of books I just pilfered for free, and I was like, this is crazy.
That's
Our
fucking
local
awesome.
Sally Ann won't even take books anymore. They're just like, go on Facebook Marketplace. They're just giving away books for free. Like, they're giving away glass for free. Like all this like activation shit. Like people just, it's like, oh yeah, it's great. I'll just, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, go talk to the glass guys. They smash tons of glass every week. You can build like a solarium on the front of your house for nothing, just the lumber cost, right? And then it acts as like a heat barrier or cold barrier, whichever way you want to do it. Then you got a solarium. You're getting like energy savings, and you're getting like a free greenhouse smoking room
I've
slash,
been meaning to
jungle.
talk to you about that, Wog. There was this podcast a long time ago, and I forget the name of these gardens, but they were in England, and the rich had them, and they put on these north walls, they had the south facing with the glass, like you're talking about, and they would have like one fruit tree in there, but they would graft on all these branches from these different varieties of trees. And even in that shitty climate, they could grow all this fruit in that area that you're talking about. Like you had a permanent greenhouse for this whole thing.
Well, you can look up the Norwegians or whatever, one of the Scandinavian countries. This architect designed this basically glass enclosure around an actual house. And he said his like energy bills went down by something nuts, like 80% or something like this. But of course, it was an extreme use case. Being an architect, it was all, 100 grand or whatever the fuck. So basically, just imagine like a greenhouse around a house. So the house still had a roof and all that shit, but you don't need to go that far, right? You can do just the base level stuff. And if you're in a snow level area, just make sure you put the tempered glass on the top, and then you slant it so that the snow or if you have a roof that dumps snow onto it, you'll have to, mitigate that. That's one of the caveats of what I did. So I built my greenhouse for about $30 because I was using recycled glass and recycled lumber from another project there. And then what I fucked up was I put it too close to the house, and then the snow comes off the roof and builds up onto that, up to that glass, because it's all glass pretty much. But yeah, it was all recycled material. Cost me $30, and it's like, I don't know, maybe 8 by 10, something like that. But it doesn't take much, right? You don't have to have, people want to order the shit off Amazon and have it all click together perfectly and whatever. It's like, well, it's a good learning experience for you and your son, or you and your daughter. Build this fucking thing. And in that case, my neighbor was a bored, old, retired dude, and he came over and helped me the whole time. And he was sort of pushing me for plans, like, well, we've got to like draw it out and have this big fucking plan. And I was like, why the fuck would we have a plan? Like, we've got this pile of lumber, we've got this pile of glass, like whatever way we can Lego this thing together is, we're going to have to Zen operate it, not have a set, it's going to be exactly 16 feet wide with a blah, blah, blah. Like, no, you got to work with what you got. So it's a little bit of a different project, but again, zoning yourself in and getting into it. I mean, it was literally like, maybe a week straight of fucking around, spread over, a month or two. And it was, quasi free, a pack of smokes and a 6-pack, and that's $30, right? But there's a lot of like reasons not to do things in life, and what you're really looking for is like the activators, like Dr. Shiva was referring to them as like change agents, right? But you really need to like, get your mind wrapped around like the possibilities are infinite. Like my surround system on my computer, I looked at what was out there and I was like, well, fuck, I'm spending $500 on like shitty, whatever. And then I just went to the dump, found a bunch of 20-year-old super high-end audio shit. And for anybody that's an audiophile, that you're always looking for the old shit because it was built to a different degree. And got it, put a new cord on it, and then got some other speakers there, and boom, I got a fucking booming surround system for nothing. I mean, I had another cord. I save cords when I'm throwing out appliances if I'm snipping off the cord, because it's actually fucked. And what these junk people do when they're told when they get to the dump, like, cut off the cords so no one will reuse that thing. Well, I just opened it up, yanked out a bit more cord, and fucking I'm off at the races. I got a $2,000 fucking surround system on my computer system that cost me nothing, right? But our society is just full of all that kind of shit. If you guys really want to trip out on
Lack of imagination.
yeah, right. So if you want to trip out on it, look up a movie called The Coconut Revolution, and that'll fucking mind fuck you right around.
Hey, Wog, I sold electronics for probably 20 years, and 9 times out of 10, somebody would bring me something and say it didn't work anymore. We'd replace the power supply, and the thing was back up and running.
Yep, power supply, capacitors, like even in the new flat screen TVs, like you go pick up a flat screen TV, like just Google it first, like, oh, the red lights are flashing, and then it's like, oh, this 55-inch TV is not working. It does this red light flashing thing, blah blah blah. You pick it up for free off Craigslist. You come home, you order the capacitors off of eBay or whatever, and then you just have to like learn basic soldering, unsolder the old ones. You're just looking for the ones that are sort of burst at the top, sort of like inflated. Then you replace those out, and that's actually so they design in fuck ups in this stuff, right? So right after your warranty will expire, everything like tools and shit like this is designed to fail shortly after the warranty period. So they design in like a weak link. Like, how come every engine that we have is like, oh, that engine has a problem with the throttle body, or that engine has a problem with this, or the Samsung TVs have a problem with their capacitors? Why? Because they didn't buy the dollar capacitors, they bought the 30-cent ones. And all you have to do is go in, switch those fucking things out, and you're good to go. The 55-inch TV for free. My TV was free too.
Yeah, that's like the washing machine we had at a place that I was living/working, and it was a $3 part that would go out on that machine, but they had this guy convinced to pay for the service plan. So it was $150 labor for them to come fix this thing in this small part. So he's like one side of the symptom. The other side is the people that would have just thrown it out and spent $300 on a new washer. But yeah, just a little creativity and you've got stuff.
I got a car for free. I got a van for free. Got my surround system. I got the greenhouse for pretty much free. What else? Oh, there's a whole bunch of shit. I've been doing this stuff forever. And, you know, the real thing here is liability. It's the same reason why food is thrown out, right? Oh, we can't give it to the food bank. You know, the Four Seasons Hotel can't, you know, give this to the food bank, this like primo fucking rib that's just gone bad after the buffet, or not, you know, oh, we can't give it to them because of the liability. Oh, we have to snip the cords on this electronics when we put them into the dump because liability, right? It's like, no, you fucking don't, right? We're just in this stupidity fucking class. And, you know, teaching yourself like electronic repair, small engine repair, big engine repair. I mean, doing all of these things is like fucking super hardening your fucking attack surfaces, right? Like your confidence level of like, oh, the car shit itself. I mean, now we're in a different time zone, right? With a new modern car. I mean, you can't just go and test for spark or fuel, because the computer will cut that off. But on my old shit boxes, you know, the old 70s, 80s, 90s cars that I used to have, I used to just go to the wrecker and just cut out the old computer and just have a spare computer in the back of my truck. It's like, oh, look, the fucking thing isn't running. I tested all the shit and did all the bullshit with the spark plugs and the fuel and this and that and fuel filter, a whole bunch of horse shit. And then my buddy comes over. He's like, well, could it just be the computer? I was like, oh, yeah, good point. So, and back in the 70s, the computer is basically just this little brick that does very little, but just plug that thing in and I was good to go on the road again, right? It's like literally, you know, becoming like a MacGyver, you know, slash whatever, and becoming more independent from whatever system. So like my paranoia level is like fairly fucking low, maybe because I've seen this coming for fucking years. That would be one thing. But the second thing is like I'm fairly fucking sturdy in what I know how to do. So get fucking educating yourself. Get on YouTube, figure out how to fix your thing, or try. And if it fucks up, then you dump it or whatever, right? But you know, enable yourself with a skill set that is not just, you know, oh, I'm a fucking guy that goes into work and just shuts my brain off and work at 50% capacity all day long, go home, eat Cheetos, smoke dope, and play Xbox. I mean, fuck. Oh, I don't know. I just watched the news and I'm all freaked out. It's, well, you're a fucking lazy cunt intellectually. That's how we got into this mess. This is completely our construct. But the good part is that we are collectively becoming more and more intelligent as we go. And we're going to counter the safety collectivism with logic collectivism, and everything that the government does to like down the system. We're too smart. They egged us on in Ottawa and the convoy. They tried everything to fuck with our heads. No fucking go, bro. You know, just go look at that fucking video of that fucking motherfucker with his shirt off, smoking a cigarette, staring right into the riot cops. Just like, yeah, go ahead, fuck around, find out. Like, we're not going to do anything, but just know that, you know, I'm scaring you by the mere fact that it's -20 and I'm not wearing a fucking shirt and you can suck my left nut. Right. So we just need more ball sack in this thing. It's, you know, it's a combination of everything, you know, estrogen like compounds coming out of plastic when you reheat them. Why are you eating shit out of a plastic container, fucking out of a micro? Well, it's convenient. Why does my phone track my every fucking movement, even if I turn off location services? Well, it's fucking convenient. Oh, I got a new phone. I just load in my fucking email and it auto populates all my shit. Yeah, that's perfect, because now they know your new phone's linked to your old phone. I mean, it's just fucking retardation after retardation. You got to get active and participatory and learn. And that's the real problem. What can you do with the sheep? Well, fuck them. Fuck them. Big gulp yourself. I don't give a fuck. I mean, it's like it's literally just like useless eaters at this point. And that's the problem with this situation. What is the problem that the WF is pointing out? The fucking sheep. What are they attacking? The sheep, right? What's the problem on our side? The fucking sheep. And it's not the sheep on the other side. It's the sheep on our side that want to fucking nanobot chemtrail themselves into retardationville. And when you say that the narrative is turned, they're too fucking stupid to realize what the fuck's going on. You know, so it's like, well, we've got the same fucking common enemy here. So anybody that's first principles thinking has to do an equation at some point during this process to say, well, do I need to join the WEF here or whatever the fuck is going on? because these are the fucking problem. Look at how these guys went along with all this, fascism, for fuck's sakes. And they're too fucking stupid. Well, I got to get I got to do this. Well, I got to use my QR codes. Like, you stupid fuckers. You're fucking pissing on the bones of your grandfathers that died in world wars for this bullshit, to fight this shit, because you never read any fucking books. You don't have any goddamn concept of what the fuck's happening. So wake the fuck up or get the fuck out. Get your fucking assisted suicide. I don't give a shit. Stupid fucks.
Well, I wish you would dig down deep and tell us how you really feel. But that strength of being able to do stuff reminds me of like one probiotic in your gut is strong and that does great things, but you get this 10x factor when you plug in more strong probiotics. So it's the same thing with having a community of like-minded people that you can lean on and support. But yeah, I think you get the fuck out of the way and let the sheep take care of the sheep.
Well, we just gotta create the parallel system. I mean, it's clear at this point. They're attacking the doctors really hard up here. You can't, if they speak out against the vaccine right now, it's 6 months in jail or $200,000 fine or both. And they passed a law that said that whatever way they want to change that law in the future is already pre-approved because they passed this law. Is that fucking democracy?
Didn't that doctor that spoke out for Answers for Sean, they just suspended his license?
Yeah, he just got suspended 2 days ago. I was in the room while the thing expired. He was like, in 10 minutes, I'm no longer a doctor after 30 plus years of being a doctor. Well, keep on fucking around. How about we just create our own little doctor network where we're in behind the scenes and fuck them. And this is just how communistic, this is how the communists fell. This parallel systems were just developed. Like, it doesn't matter what the government says. It's like, okay, well, I got to get to know my farmer, like, and that's my pinned tweet for the last 2 years. Look at the engagement on that fucking thing. Fucking retard central.
Like,
yeah, but Walt,
I speak to thousands of people. I've spoken to fucking probably over 20,000-30,000 people in these rooms, and the engagement level on that tweet, not only that, Twitter removed it at one point, but all you do is you sign up for it. We try to line you up with another fucking farmer. That's a solutions-based room. Well, now it's vitriol, National fucking Spaces Audience Abuse Day. Because if you're not doing something, then you fucking feel powerless, and then you want to come in and bitch about how you watch the fucking mainstream media and you're freaked out. Too fucking bad. Smarten the fuck up, right?
I think a lot of this pressure is good in a way, because if you look at who are the best smugglers and salesmen during the Cold War behind the Iron Curtain, when I went over to Bulgaria, those were the people, because it was legally not allowed. But where do you think all those fucking blue jeans that made it into the USSR came from? It was those people that just decided, well, okay, you tell me I can't do this, but I'm going to find a way.
Hey, I worked for a guy from Bulgaria when he was there during communism. He told me that as a teenager, him and his buddies would go out at night, and every second flag was I guess a Russian flag. So and the other ones were Bulgarian. So they'd go down the street and tear down all the Russian flags. But he amassed quite a small fortune by I guess playing the money game and getting U.S. dollars from any tourists that came through at the ski resort he worked at, and hiding the money. But he said that the communists would come into his room and look for cash each day, but he'd bury it by a tree or whatever. First option he had when he was working in Eastern Europe, or Eastern Germany, he had a chance to cross the border for a day trip, and he said as soon as he crossed that wall, he knew that he would never go back. So he came here and made quite a fortune for himself. Went back to Bulgaria and found a woman 20 years younger and at a university and brought her here and married her. But anyways,
yeah, but does she do anal? That's the real question.
But she's gorgeous, man, just gorgeous. She was at my wedding, and she walked in, and like there's probably 250 people at my wedding, and I think every single head turned and looked at her.
I spent all my vacation in Bulgaria, so if you're gonna want some tips there, that's great places to go. Very cheap.
Yeah, I hear Sophia's, or is it Sophia? I hear it's beautiful. And
Sofia, yeah,
Sofia is the capital, but it's not the main attraction. It's the main attraction to Bulgaria. If you want to look for it, it's not the down part of the seaside, because there it's like told normie go there for all inclusive, but the north part of the Bulgaria seaside. It's gorgeous. It's a natural protected area. You cannot build anything there. Nothing. So if you go there, take your rent a camper, rent anything you want, and you'll feel a little bit of heaven, freedom, heaven. You know.
Hey, Wog, just getting back to what you were saying, and I appreciate it. I'm not sure if, well, anyways, I do appreciate it. I wanted to say, I mean, as far as it's not just the electronics, man. You know, just in the last few weeks, I mean, I go to thrift stores, and if you live near a wealthy community, you got to go into that community and go into their thrift stores. Yesterday, I got myself a brand new pair of soccer cleats for $15. They're $240 Adidas cleats, and these things were brand new. And one of the things I got my son for Christmas is some new motorcycle riding boots. They're $440 boots, and I paid $24 for them. They had one little scratch on them, but the people at the thrift store thought they were women's boots, so they stuck them with the women's boot section, and they were actually SIDI motorcycle racing boots. So, anyways, I mean that's a couple days work right there that I saved myself.
Is that so? That's the brand name, SIDI.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because there's another brand that I'm always on the lookout called Italian called Prex Sport. So if you ever find those things, grab them too because they're super duper.
Do you ride, Wog?
No, I only crash. No, I stay away from high horsepower things because I'm a little bit of a speed freak. But no, I've got this. I had this set of hiking boots I bought at a yard sale, like I don't know, years ago. They were from the 70s. No one wanted them. It was like $2. Like the leather was all out of condition and dried out. And fuck, I lubed those things up, and they were the best hiking boots I ever had. So it's an Italian brand, long history. They've since moved out of hiking boots, which is a shame. But you know how you always get that rub on high hiking boots? You always get that rub in your Achilles tendon sort of area. Well, these ones had a cutout on the back of the top part, so the top part would actually slide back and forth on the leather instead of forcing your foot to go up and down inside the boot. I never got a heel lesion or whatever it's called after I bought these boots, and I rue the day that I threw them out because I wanted to almost get a custom bootmaker to like remake them because they were just so fucking fantastic. And that design is just, again, another symbology of like, throwing out old technology because we need like the new stuff, or there's more money in motorcycle boots. So this company just got rid of them. But I've actually thought about even just emailing them and saying, look, guys, I know you guys have the old forms or whatever. Maybe either like send them to me, or can you make a pair of like express boots like of that nature, because they were just so fantastic. Zero rub on the heel.
Hey, Wog, there's a Reuse It center in North Van, off of where is it? Brooksbank, and my brother goes there all the time. And what they do is they take in all kinds of stuff and they try and sell it. And I guess each week they drop the price significantly, and after a few weeks they just put it outside and let you take it for free. So the shit he gets, it's crazy. He's got a big truck, so he rolls by there a couple times a day. Or a couple times a week, and man, the furniture, the electronics, the stuff he's picked up for nothing, it's amazing. If you're ever in that area.
About time for a public service announcement here for your retweets and such.
So, guys, I didn't want it to be condescending, or I don't know what's the term, with vacation advices on this kind of times. I wanted to tell you another thing. I grew up in a village, small village in the communist times, and all the people there will oppose the regime, right? So I'm just saying that if we are really going to prepare about something bad going on, you really need to know who you trust. I mean, like real, not on internet, like real, and not telling communities and blah 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 blah. I'm saying like few guys, few women that can come together and do stuff. Because what I've learned from my early age is that you cannot do it by yourself. You really need to be like 4, 5, up to 10 manpower and women and to be autonomous. And my grandparents, they didn't buy shit, you know, nothing at all. And it was just like, you know, I was born in 76 and I grew up until the 80s something to 90s there. So but at all this time they didn't buy anything. But in order to do that, you really need to, you know, to be a like few people, not just one.
Yeah, well, that's been Wog's message for a long time, trying to build local communities. So, you know, I'm sure you're right.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
and
you know, like the local communities, but you have to go more like from the internet. I mean, you can pick up some people, you can have friends. I don't know. I mean, I'm not an advisor on this, but it's just a very important point that we should keep in mind.
we just guard all the stuff that does come through the door at our house, and it doesn't come in. We don't buy it if it's not going to stay here long term, and that's the biggest thing is just not being part of that cycle of just producing shit that goes back in the landfill.
I've always considered myself an environmentalist. I don't believe in climate change, but one problem I've seen since I was a boy is the amount of shit we throw into those landfills. I remember before there was any restrictions going to landfills with my father, and the shit we would throw in those landfills, you know, lead paint, fucking electronics, garbage. I mean, you name it, drywall, plastic. It didn't fucking matter. It all went in.
Just you
Yeah,
reminded me there of, because we were talking about different things I've gotten for free. So I used to be a ski bum back when I was young and cool and good looking and dinking the chicks left and right, or at least in my dreams.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Sounds like a dream.
Yeah, I know, right? But anyways, used to fight over the boys to go to the dump, because what you'd do is you'd pick up like last year's skis, last year's VCR, whatever, at the dump, because the rich Americans would fuck off and just sort of clean up their shit when they either when they got there or when they left. They'd be like, "Oh, we got to upgrade to a DVD or CD player or whatever." But the skis oftentimes would have little fuck ups on them, and then you can. So if you're too cheap to buy P-Tex, which is the shit that you use to fix the bottom of the skis, you can actually just burn like a 6-pack plastic ring holder and then drop that in there and then cut that off, and then you're off the races with the skis. So yeah, I mean, basically we never bought skis, we never bought lift tickets. It was all just construed through creativity and whatever, and skiing top mountains around North America for nothing, living in your van, the whole schmodel, right?
Down by the river.
You know it.
My brother used to, he lived in Whistler for a while, and him and his buddies used to buy one lift ticket. Guy would go up, drop the pass. Next guy would grab it, go up a little ways, drop the pass. They'd get about half a dozen of them up the mountain on one pass, and then they'd bring their sleeping bags and Vimy sacks. And after a few hours of skiing, they'd hike in somewhere and dig some holes in the snow, put their sleeping bag into the Vimy pack, push it into the hole, and then they'd just wait for the mountain to close, start a little fire, hang out overnight, and they would do that for a couple of days, steal their lunch out of the cafeteria, and basically live up there for a few days skiing for free.
Is this the guy that died?
No, no,
Oh,
that's
I'd like to meet this guy, man. This guy sounds legend.
that's my little
We should get
my little brother. He's unvaxxed. Used to be a rock climber. I don't know if you're familiar with the Chief. It's a place up sort of up towards Whistler, and he used to climb that shit back in the day. Him and his buddies, and what they would do, it's like I don't know, maybe 1,000-foot granite face, and him and his buddies would race to the top, and so it'd be him and one guy against two other guys, and they'd see how quickly they could get to the top. And he informed me that the guys who would win were usually the ones that put in the least number of safety pieces. So
Yeah.
he was nuts back in the day. I mean, he's overweight now. He couldn't climb on a fucking bed without a guardrail. But he,
Is he good looking and single?
you know what? He did pretty well. He's got a Filipino girlfriend now that he's been with for quite a while. She's a nice lady, but he used to, yeah, he played the game a lot longer than I did. And I mean, he's had, a couple of different wives, kids with 3 different women, but he used to go to the club and meet girls, when he was, say, around 35 or so. And girls would ask him, how old are you? And he'd tell them he was 21 American.
Classic.
But unfortunately, he couldn't convince, he's got 3 kids, couldn't convince any one of them not to take the poison. So they've all taken the shots and he knows what's up. He didn't take the shots. His girlfriend didn't take the shots, but he has a lot of sleepless nights worrying about those kids, man. And they still just keep taking them.
Well, tell him what I told him. Just get him off the fucking booster train. Show him the fucking results of the thing, and just it's unclear. It's 99% no one has a problem, and it's like 1% of severe problems, or if not death. So we just have to fucking keep it real with that, and like I said, appealing to that fucking middle ground, and just show them some shit. Don't fucking go nanobot, guys. I keep on stressing this in all these rooms, and it just gets frustrating. But yeah, it's a bummer, but it's again, it's unclear what the fuck is going on with this shit. I don't even think they know what's going on with this shit, to be honest with you.
Well, on that note, guys, just to butt in, number 3 in the nest is linked to that movie, Anecdotals. I just wanted to reiterate because it's apparently great for reaching out to people that are sold on vaccines. Over.
Well, hey, Wog, I think it could be something along the lines of what we saw there with Cartman and the anal probe. I think that might be what's going on.
No, I'm not going to go against any anal probing.
Hey, I'll give one other trick to people. I don't know if you know this, but a lot of people drop a lot of shit off outside of thrift stores, and there's one near my place with a big sign that says, "Do not leave anything here after hours. Do not drop anything off." So I'll roll by and see all this shit, throw it in my car, drive home. I mean, we got more pots and pans and cups and fucking you name it, like nice shit, clothes. I mean, you name it. I mean, call me a thief, whatever, but we'll go through it, pick through what we want, and then we'll go and return everything to the thrift store the next day, get a couple of coupons. So when we do go in there to buy shit, we get like 20% off. I mean, fuck,
Right
you
on.
got to do what you got to do, but it's fucking saved me thousands and thousands of dollars over the last couple of years.
Yeah, Regan, here they have like twice a year, they'll have large trash pickup day. And that's usually you can find like all kinds of old furniture, dressers, all kinds of stuff out there, especially if you go to the good neighborhood.
Yeah, rich people are fucked, man. My old man and I never got along for years, but my brothers all, they were still sucking on the tit for quite a while. And man, he would get a new couch and out with the old couch. Oh, we painted the living room, so the couch didn't fit anymore, so we got rid of our $8,000 couch and our oh, we didn't want the pool table anymore, out that went. Oh, we didn't want the fur coats, out those went. I mean, my brothers would just take all this shit, and half the time they would flip it and make money.
So you got
Yeah, that just one quick thing, and then we'll go to you. Yeah, I did get my pool table for free as well. So as you guys keep on listing items, it's reminding me. Go ahead.
no rush. No, sorry for interrupting. I'm just saying, like comedy, what's the good part about what's gonna come is that we're not gonna waste stuff. Because we're not gonna have it. I mean, all those couch, all those new furnitures, all those, those will be, going down. I mean, who's gonna produce furniture when they are concerned about their living?
Yeah, and I mean, even if you can afford to replace stuff like that, I've still got more respect for somebody that tries to make that go back through the economy or to another person than dumping it off in a landfill just because they're lazy.
Yep. And I think everybody knows they don't build shit like they used to. I had a Sea Ray for a while, 1999, and I'd pull along, and the boat I bought was well cared for. It was in a California lake. It was kept in a boathouse, so I mean, it was like new when I bought it. Sold it 5 years later for the same amount I paid for it. But I'd pull into places, and guys would be on boats that were 10, 15 years newer than mine, and fuck, you pull on the guardrail. Felt like the thing wanted to fall off compared to my boat. I could have a 400-pound man hanging off of the bow rail on my boat, no problem. Everything was better made. Never.
How many 400-pound men did you have hanging off the rails of your boats? Most guys try to go out with girls in bikinis, but you were going out with dudes, 400-pounders wearing Speedos, I imagine.
Don't you remember being there, bud?
No fucking way. I'm not going on one of your nudist fucking sailing trips.
But it was debauchery, man. The problem with boating is it goes hand in hand with booze and fucking late nights and partying. So yeah, I had to give that shit up before it put me in a grave.
Funny part about driving a shitbox boat versus the guys with the big white boats, the big 100,000, 200,000, $500,000 boats, is that the guys on the shit boxes are generally out there as maximally as possible, and the guys with the big fancy boats are rarely out there, just because of the cost and the this and the that, and no time. And if they do go to the boat, it's so comfortable to just sit at the dock because it's basically a house on wheels, right? So it's kind of funny, like the true fisherman driving the shit box from 20 years ago, just out there every day, and then the guys with the fancy ones, the odd, once every 2 months maybe.
When I lived in Boston, it was $250 to keep your boat in a port, and it would be, $500 just to share a room with somebody. So why not get a boat?
Yeah, well, but up here in Vancouver, the last time that I checked down there, I was talking to a buddy that lives down there. He said it was $750 a month, and he doesn't even have like a big
Whoa.
boat, like a small boat. Oh yeah, yeah. And these boat berths, I think, what was it that my buddy told me like years ago? I think it was like 175,000 for a boat berth, plus you have like fees every year. And I think now those boat berths are worth like upwards of 300 grand. And you got to remember, in BC where I'm at, like not where I'm at specifically, but like the the general, like closer you get to Vancouver there, the big city, I think it's like my buddy was telling me he had his trailer down there, and it's $1 million, and it's a fucking trailer. It's a trailer on a piece of land, like $1 million. It's nuts.
So I guess they figured it out. I mean, what I'm talking, it's a decade ago.
I was paying.
Yeah, but Vancouver's a special case because it's like fucking tons of external money, and everybody in Canada wants to live in Vancouver because it rarely snows and blah blah blah. Right, the climate basically.
So you're saying boats are just
Plenty of
where you throw
Romanians
money
there.
down, right?
Yeah, I don't know about Romanians. There probably is a ton of them. What's that, Brian?
Yeah, it's that old saying that a boat's just nothing but a hole in the water you throw money down, right?
Yeah, bring out another 1,000. But the trick with the boat thing is you have a buddy with a boat, and then you help them do the maintenance on it. Actually, you can just find an old guy and say, look, have you started the engines this year? Do you want me to clean it up for you, pressure wash it, all this other stuff? You can find an old guy out there that wants all that stuff done, that has to pay for it. And if you prove your sea legs to them, they'll let you take out the boat. So again, it's back down to like, you don't need to own anything. You don't need to own the farm out here, because the farms are worth like, $10 million, because they think that eventually they'll take them out of the agricultural land reserve and subdivide them. So land speculators buy them. But the idea here is that you can just befriend, a farmer if you want farming land. You can befriend a person with a boat. Like, this ownership idea is, you can achieve the world with not even owning anything, not even a cell phone, and you can look at that old example of, like, the guy who traded a paperclip up on eBay. Like, his goal was to buy a house, and I think he went from a paperclip to a pen to a watch to a this to a that, and each time he was trading it up, and he actually ended up with a house at the end of the deal.
Hey, Wad, listen to this story right up that line. My little brother, so he got in on a boat, into a boat with a guy, because the guy didn't know how to run it. I think first time he took it out, he scared the shit out of himself. He was an Asian gentleman that didn't know how to ride the boat, but had lots of money. So my brother got to know him and said, "Hey, I'll be your skipper," or whatever. So he started taking the boat out, helping the guy. And then the guy lost interest. I think he moved out of the country and basically gave my brother the boat. So my brother kept that for a while. He sold it. And then he was able to get another boat for a good deal that had a slot downtown in right in the harbor in Vancouver. And those spots are just sought after. So anyways, he drove that for a couple years, but he got tired of maintaining the boat. It was costing him too much money. So he put it up for sale. So he recently sold this boat to a guy, because the guy who bought the boat, he didn't really want the boat. He wanted the spot. So he bought the boat from my brother, but he's not actually moving to the city for a couple years. So my brother got paid for the boat, but he still gets to use the boat for the next 3 years. And this guy's paying for any maintenance and so forth. So I mean, fuck yeah, he's loving it.
Does your brother like foot rubs?
He likes to party, so you go out in his boat, and it's usually him, his girlfriend, and another dozen females. My wife and him don't always see eye to eye, so sometimes I'll go for a boat ride too.
They'll sign me up.
Curvy dozen, yes indeed.
Guys, I don't want to jump the boat, but I have a genuine question to you. How awful is to you to try to concentrate to someone which is not English native, trying to express stuff, and then, because I will be so fucking annoyed. I mean, I'm looking at myself trying to, go fluent on my ideas in English, and if I would be you, I'd be very annoyed.
No, it's not.
No, it's,
Your
I
English
think
is
as long as you got
good.
clear
It's
audio.
great to hear. Okay, thank you.
I mean, I'm in Vancouver, so we have such a mix of people here that I can understand people's, whether you're Jamaican, Indian, Eastern European, I can usually decipher everything you say.
Yeah, but it's one thing to understand and another thing to just go on and on and on, and it's can it be, you get tired.
No, we're good. We're just I'm in a spicy mood today. Regan's far more irritating than you are, so just keep on talking.
Cool, thank you.
It's quite possible somebody pissed in Wog's cereal this morning.
I just woke up and I wasn't having it. I don't know. I've been battling Twitter all day, so I'm just a little bit.
Think about it. I mean, it's your native language, and it's fucked up by the whole fucking world.
And
No,
those
it's fine.
5G
I don't care.
nanobots must have gotten his irritation zone today.
I like this part of Wog.
I'm not going nationalistic or any bullshit. It was just a genuine question, so I would know how to behave, how to talk, and try to concentrate myself to.
No, you're doing good, buddy. You're doing good.
Thank you.
I would tell you,
nothing
RE,
irritating. There's nothing irritating here.
Your English.
I would tell you, RE, like when I went to Germany, I was born there when my dad was stationed there, and then I went back with the army myself. And what I found is, like, even as horrible as my German was, if I tried, everybody was awesome about it. So I don't know anybody that's got a problem with it.
I think it's like that everywhere in the world, except Quebec.
Lol. Yeah, French can be, assholes.
We have consensus.
It's funny that, Romania was, Bucharest, it was the little Paris between the wars. And the French, they, pushed up in order to really build Romania, because otherwise Romania wouldn't have been a country. I mean, Transylvania, I'm from Transylvania. I mean, generically, Transylvania. We call it Ardeal. Anyway, it's a different thing. So if interests wouldn't have been, political, geopolitical, blah blah, Romania wouldn't have existed. I mean, think about Czechoslovakia. It was a country sometimes, and if you meet a Czech or a Slovak, you wouldn't do the difference.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, they war there, but when they come here, they actually become a bit of the same community. I played on a soccer team, and it was, I think it was, I can't even remember, but they all spoke the same language, but they were from three different countries, and they were all warring back in this was 20 years ago, but they were all warring back in Eastern Europe. But here they created one team, and they were like an army.
Well, that's the same with the Ukrainian and Russian. I mean, me as a Romanian, I cannot see Ukrainian different than a Russian because, they are the same. And if I go, concerning my country, I'm not pulling up nationalistic strings and stuff. When if a person go to a place and it does something to the place, like to build it up, to be concerned about the place, then I don't give a shit where he's from, right? I mean, he's a good hand, he's doing some good on the place, and then this is my judgment. And it's like, Ukrainian, we have more than 500,000 Romanian living in Ukraine. I'm not trying to go to that subject, I'm just talking linguistics here. So we have 500,000 Romanian living there in a rightful Romanian Bukovina, which was Romanian for all the time. So they, after 2014, they have forbidden primary schools that they were teaching Romanian to the kids there. So, like whenever this, incident, whatever they call it, it comes up, I cannot think of, I cannot put that out of my mind.
Hey, Ree, if you're originally from Ukraine or from the Ukraine, are you willing to give?
No, I'm Romanian,
Oh,
born in Deva, which is the middle of the Transylvania.
oh, okay, my bad.
No problem.
I was curious your take on what's going on over there because it's hard to tell what's up.
Well, can I be frank with you? I will be frank with you. I mean, communists and the whole regime fell out of its corruption, right? And in Romania, everybody would know that Ukraine is just pimps and whores and shady business. I had a friend that tried to make business there, like something like minerals, not mining stuff, but like pre-mining, when you know how many zinc is there, how many like and he was there a couple times, and he had to be escorted by officials, not to get whatever robbed or whatever. So this is a general opinion of it, of what's going there. So now I'm frustrated because like Romania is not even in Schengen. Like they wouldn't open our border. I don't care because I only show my ID and I go anywhere I want. But still, as like a symbolic stuff, uh, we are not allowed in Schengen. Like we are, like they are showing the finger to us for so long. Oh, you're corrupt. We even have a mechanism, like it's called MCV, that overcome overwatch the system, because we should put that in place, that law in place, so we get less corrupt. And now, out of a sudden, I have to look at Ukraine like European model. This is weird. I mean, everybody knows that Ukraine is a fucking corrupt as shit, and I don't give a shit. I mean, I'm not the one to judge people, things. I mean, and also Romanian Revolution. I mean, they did it. It was the first televised revolution in Romania. I don't know if you knew this. They did
When they
it.
hung Ceausescu in the streets, you mean?
Yeah. No, they didn't hang him. They shot him.
Or shot
They
him and
shot
tore
him.
him to
Yeah,
pieces?
yeah. He shot him. Like they shot him like in less than a week because he would knew too much, and the people that came after him, it was in the system, you know.
Yeah, I guess as like my background is Hungarian, so I know that in Europe anyway. Yeah, well, Ukraine, Romania, doesn't matter where. Other cultures are typically treated like shit, and it's just endemic to the area. I don't know. It's just.
Yeah, but listen to this. I mean, we in Ardel, actually Transylvania, we are Hungarians, Germans, and also small part Serbians. A lot of communities here, and we got along for all the history. All the history. We never fought. We never. I mean, neighbor to neighbor. And you know, like if you go to Bucharest, the south part of Romania, they would have more problem with the Hungarians. But we don't, because we live next to them, you know, like for ages. So this is, you know, like a human hypocrisy.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no. People who live together. It's just that there's this animosity between. Yeah, that just.
Yeah,
I guess is
and there's
yeah.
more, and it's more about it. I can make. I'm in Timișoara, which is the western part of uh, Romania. But I can make jokes with any Hungarian. I mean, he will laugh and he will, you know, turn back, shoot off another joke about me, and I'll say joke about him, and nobody is getting mad, you know. So out of the blue, this political correct bullshit that mean, we've been laughing of us together, and now it's not, you know, like a cool thing to do.
Yeah, it's too bad. We tend to get along when we're humans together, but then this woke bullshit just
Yeah, exactly.
tries to divide us further and further, and then it seems to be working. I mean, with the vax and unvax, like I acknowledge that, having been vaxxed, I wasn't a guy that was like, oh, you guys are, unvaxxed, your dogs, but I'm pretty sure it sounds like people have felt that animosity towards them and carry that resentment forward. So it kind of sucks, but it's something that we got to overcome if we're all going to come together and fight for the truth, which is that we were fucking lied to, and that's the bottom line, and we continue to be, right? So anyway,
Right.
peace.
I mean, I'm a software developer, and you know, like to our terms, it better version. You can see one when you see one, right? So I was not like against it because you know, like you could see myself maybe influenced by the society, by my wife, by everybody freaked out, and then okay, let's wash this you know, groceries with you know, stuff, and then I was like, okay, let's wait a little bit, let's wait a little bit. I started to read literature. I saw that this is, you know, new technology, new stuff, new stuff, new stuff, and it's like, okay, let's wait a bit. What are the risks, you know, like, but you know, this is just takes some cognitive thinking, in which, you know, people doesn't seem to have it anymore.
Hey, Sandy.
Do you remember that shit?
Hey, Sandy,
Sorry.
I think you're right with what you just said, and I'll admit, you know, it's something I've been working through. I'm unvaccinated, and I was staunchly against it from the beginning. And guys like
I know I felt that way from you.
guys like
But
Wog
I
and
know it's not your
Brian and
fault.
Zink have sort of helped me work through this. You know, I mean, part of it's a defensive mechanism. You got to remember, like, people were calling me, you know, grandma killer, and you know, my own father didn't want to talk to me, and one of my
I
brothers thought
get
I
it.
was crazy, and people like my son's friend tried to get him vaccinated behind my back, and I'm getting letters from the government and from the school and from the health board, and you know, so it's, you know, and it's sort of like, well, who's my fucking friend? Like somebody was saying earlier about trust. Who do you trust? You know, and it got me to the point where I didn't fucking trust
I did.
anybody.
Yeah, no, I absolutely get it, and I know that I myself sort of felt my back come up a bit when I felt kind of stupid that I went along with it, but then the bottom line is that this was a psyop, man. I'm just a regular dude. Like I'm not a fucking medical professional. I don't have access to like that sort of shit, and it shouldn't be my job, right? I mean, that's kind of what I'm putting some sort
Exactly.
of reasonable expectation in others to do that for me. And why are they getting paid so much money, and why do we have so many organizations for this very purpose, right? So yeah, it's just shit.
And I understand. I mean, I had a lot of misdirected anger at people that had taken the vaccine. But I mean, when I look back to it, I mean, it's only the people that really tried to push it onto me and my family that deserve my my righteous anger. But so I mean, I apologize. I said some shit in the past early on that I regret. But it was, we were all in this psyop, and obviously there was an attempt to divide and conquer, and we are where we are. But if I said anything in the past to offend you, I do apologize, because I
No,
shoot from
I
the
get it.
hip.
You didn't.
The
You
fact that
didn't.
you're on this side, it's more relieving than anything else. So it doesn't really matter. No sorries.
Yeah, we're coming together. We're coming together, which is the point, right? They're trying to keep us apart, but it's not working. Slowly but surely, we're all coming together, and that's the goal anyway. Now, what we do
Exactly.
So
with it's
yeah,
another
I
question.
Well, and Sandy, I think it's
sorry.
people like you. It's people. I mean, I'm way on the other side. So it's people like you. I think that your voice is stronger than mine if you speak out, because you're obviously not anti-vax. You took the vaccine, you trusted the government, and even if you weren't injured, now you learn what you've learned. And if you now feel that it was a mistake, then your voice is powerful, and it's people like you that are going to make a difference, not people like me. I'm just here for shit and giggles and to give Wog a bad time.
Yeah, we should
What the
empower
shit,
you
Regan?
more.
What the hell, Regan? You're not perfect. What's up with that?
Well, I'm actually grateful to Wog for his perspective, because like I was kind of freaking out about like, oh shit, what's gonna happen, and then this dimer test, and what do I got to do? What do I need to worry about? But yeah, I mean, if the worst is over, like it's been over a year since the last bit of that shit was put into me, and I lined up like a fucking sheep downtown for that. So I guess the worst may be over, or maybe not, but still, the point is, I'm not taking any more, and nobody I know or I care for will I ever recommend to. So I think that's the point, right? Despite even now getting ads all the time on Twitter, or from BC government telling me, hey, get your booster, or this bivalent bullshit, or Theresa Tam and with some fucking Santa Claus, Mrs. Claus, advertising the vaccine. Like, Jesus, just beyond crazy.
Well, here's a personal experience. Maybe will help, maybe not. I don't know. My father-in-law had, stroke, and but it was way before this shit coming up, right? And he is on medication to get his blood fluid. So, I mean, I didn't put that in my questioning, and I was very when I saw a lot of things that can damage doing this. I was thinking of him a lot, so I think that thing, made him, you know, be wealthy, man. I mean, my father-in-law is stronger than me, and he's like, I don't know, 30 years older. And in the same time, my mother is dead after the second shot. My father has cancer, so I didn't want to bring up my personal problem about it, but this is the reality, and this is why I'm here. This is why I'm here, to just hear some, like, reason, to all the people that you can really get it, and accept it, and have a conversation about it. And my daughter, I mean, I have two kids. My son is all good, but my daughter, because of COVID shit and lockdowns, and we moved out of Timisoara, which is like a 500,000 citizens, and we moved back home, where it's a small town, and but there were no gynecological places to go to check your condition. And my wife was pregnant, and she was fine, she was doing fine. It was not the first time, so like, we didn't go to the regular control checks and some thing like that. And out of the blue, she felt bad, and we had to, so one upon the other. My daughter came out 3 months earlier. So 3 months, because of the fact that we cannot have our checks regularly, we didn't know that. So I put that on them, right? Because I couldn't have my medical exams done, right? So we went to the hospital. The daughter was born, and again, because of the shitty politics, me and my wife, we haven't seen our daughter for 2 months. So picture having a kid and you're not seeing it for 2 months. So
How do they keep you from your daughter, if you don't mind me asking?
forbidden. You're not allowed to go into maternity.
Because you're unvaccinated?
No, because there was the policy. Nobody could.
Oh, that's heartbreaking.
They tried that. They tried that with us when I went in for my surgery, and my wife just wouldn't have it, and it got to the point that the administrator for the whole hospital had to come down. And that's the weird thing. I'm not saying anything about your situation, Ari, but like a lot of these people that got their little tyrant power, if you pushed back against them, they were pretty quick to back down, because I basically told them, I'm not going to do the damn surgery. You guys are wasting all your time unless my family's here.
Hey, my wife spent about 3 or 4 days in the hospital a little over a year ago after having a seizure. And we were both unvaxxed. I went to the hospital with her, and she was admitted, and she spent 3 or 4 days in the back of basically ICU in the emergency. And we both refused to. Well, I refused to wear masks. She was a little bit out of it, and I slept in the bed beside her, and I wouldn't leave. And at first, they kind of said, "You can't be here," and I kind of said, "Well, I am here, and this is where I'm going to stay." And that's pretty much where the conversation ended. They never, after the first 6 or 8 hours, they never asked me to leave again.
So yeah, I don't want. Yeah, everybody maybe have stories about it. I don't want to put it in a dramatic way. My daughter now is 3 years old, and she's beautiful. She's gorgeous. She's a fighter, and she's way healthy. So way healthier than if I would done any vaccine, because of her condition. I didn't vaccinate at all with anything, and she's like more energetic than her brother. And I wasn't even thinking of looking of differences, but now with all the rhetoric and all the talkings about it, like I kind of without wanted it, I'm looking about these aspects. And she's like a fighter. She's stronger, she have more energy, she's like so maybe that's beyond anything. So I mean, I'm a skeptic to anything. Like as Walk said, as everybody here said, I'm gonna think twice of anything government will point me in this way. I mean, I will double check.
Hey, Ree, let me say this to you, bud. My daughter had a very difficult birth. She wasn't premature or anything, but she had a difficult birth, and then she got ill early on. And so my wife spent almost a month in the hospital with my daughter at Children's when she was first born. And when they were released, they told us that my daughter may never walk, may never talk, and so forth. But my daughter is now a top athlete for her age group, and she's in her own grade at school and doing fine. So yeah, just because she had a tough beginning, if anything, it may make her stronger. So I mean, my daughter's a beat.
I'm convinced about it now. I'm convinced about it because now everything is very okay.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that.
So there's another story. I mean, I have a friend here. It's a doctor at emergency. I don't know how you call it in there, but so it was the first to open my eyes on medical practices. It was like he was, sharing with me his experience, and like before that, everybody would come to the emergency, and they are generalists, like medics. They know a lot of stuff, so they can make some blood test and point you to the right specialty of medicine. And since the COVID bullshit, I think this is I mean, if you see that, it cannot not be coordinated. I mean, they stopped all procedure on treating people. I mean, they if you had COVID, which now we can see, tests which they cannot separate COVID of influenza, which is another thing. So they would put this procedure in place. So if you COVID tested positive, then they would put you on different treatment that you need, and all the stuff, and that killed a lot of people. Does it make sense? I mean, sorry,
No,
I don't want to.
100%. I think everybody else gone to sleep in the room, but no, 100%. My daughter was labeled an epileptic when she was released from the hospital, and they put her on anti-seizure medication. About 6 months later, my wife and I decided, fuck this, let's wean her off these meds. So we weaned her off the meds against the doctor's orders and against a lot of family members' orders or, wishes. Um, and now she's 14. She's never had a seizure ever again. I looked at what that medication would have done to her, and the more I think about it, maybe why they told me my daughter may never walk or talk is because they knew that they had her on those meds and that people on those meds just don't succeed.
Yeah, but I'm not even talking about meds. I'm talking about procedures. I mean, when you have somebody have a stomach problems, somebody has a lung problem, somebody has all kind of problems, and you put them out of their regular proceeding in order to get that people good, then out of the blue you're with a different treatment. You wait in weeks to go over that you're COVID sick, and then to administrate a proper treatment.
Yeah, that was a big problem here. A lot of people that didn't get the early cancer diagnosis and so forth ended up getting quite sick and probably dying because of it. I got an uncle that died of cancer, lung cancer. He was a smoker, but he never went to the doctor early on because, he was afraid of the COVID thing and probably they didn't want to see him. And by the time he got diagnosed, it was so far along that he died within a few weeks. And he died alone in a hospital room because they wouldn't let people go and see him. So it's tragic.
Yeah, so it's her story, and the fact that we even make comedy of it. It's funny because we Romanian have a word saying that you have to laugh on of your troubles. I don't know how to put it, like in Romanian sounds in a way, but this is kind of like it literally translate. Like I
Yeah.
mean, it's better off if you make fun of your problems so you can go over it.
That's the way we did it in the army. I mean, the most miserable stuff had to be comedy, otherwise it was going to eat you up.
Right on.
Go ahead, Sophia.
Hi guys, how you doing? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
I do have a question for Reagan, if you don't mind. And this might be personal, so you can share as little as much as you want. But I'm curious about what you said about your daughter and how you're able to wind her off about the medication. I do have a family member that's autistic, and they say that the possibility that child might develop a seizure. And one of the advice that was given to us was to change the diet and maybe consider keto diet, cut off all the processing and all the rice and bread and pasta, and just give her a lot of rich nutrient food, veggies, fruits, especially more for meat and making soup and things like that. So I was wondering, did you change her diet, or if you did it help, especially keto diet, if you know anything about that? Because we were told that if you put a strict keto diet for kids who's have epilepsy or maybe possibility of developing seizure, that might help if you put them straight close to the keto diet. I was wondering if you can say anything about that. Thank you.
Well, I will say, regardless, I think diet is important, but I'm no doctor. I mean, my daughter's case was a little bit unique in the sense that she got an infection very early on, and she ended up with encephalitis. So the infection got into her brain, and they did put her on antiviral medication and solve the infection. And she did have some seizures while she was having, while that infection was running through her. You know, now I look back and I wonder if it could have been even a vaccine injury, but maybe that's the skeptic in me. But point being, they labeled her an epileptic because she had had a couple of seizures, but the critical thinker in me thought, she had these seizures because she had the infection, and now the infection is gone. So let's give her a chance and see if she can live without seizures. If she had seizures, we would have put her back on the meds, but we just weaned her off it. And no, I mean, my wife breastfed my kids, and we've always tried to eat well. But I will tell you, listening to these rooms, listening to WOG and other people in here, and so forth, I've heard a lot about gut biome, and I think a healthy gut will give you a healthy mind, and I think that there is probably a correlation between unhealthy gut biome and people that struggle with a lot of different stuff. But you got to be careful, I guess, with the seizure thing, because I was warned that it could come back as a teenager for her, but she's 14 now and hasn't had any activity. And the other thing is, a seizure can do more damage to the brain, so it's it's a fine line. But for me, I looked up what my daughter's life would be like if she stayed on these pharmaceuticals. And it was clear that by the time she was, 30 or 40, she would have all kinds of health issues because of the medication. And I just, as somebody who wants to live to be 100, I just couldn't think about having a daughter at 30 or 40 that was, you know, completely incapacitated or whatever because of the medication. So, I mean, I'm the guy that when they prescribe medication to me or my kids, I go to the pharmacist and I get the insert and I read the insert, and the words I don't understand, I look up and I study that long before I decide to put that medication into my kids. So, that's where I was coming from, but I don't know if that helps or not.
Oh,
Let me.
it does. If I can say something quickly, you're right. There's a really nice book because I've been doing this research based on a family member that was just recently diagnosed with autism, possibility maybe related to vaccine. Who knows? But there's a wonderful book about that Dr. Natasha Campbell McBride wrote about the gut and the importance of having a healthy gut, and it's called Gut and Psychology Syndrome. And she said all these things that are really going off the roof nowadays, autism and kids that have autism, ADD and ADHD, depression, and even schizophrenia or dyslexia. All of those are related for them not having a really healthy gut healthy gut biome. And what she recommended more than anything else, especially if the kid is still young, to work on that and give them really good health and good food. And she recommended something called a GAP diet, which is heavily on healing the gut with organ meats and soups and things like that. So I was just curious, but thank you so much.
You should check out Sabine Hazan in the second tweet in the nest. Sabine Hazan is the gut microbiome expert. Give her a follow. She's actually in a space right now. She's usually really good at answering questions, or you might even be able to get a speaker in there. She did a study on, she turned a 19-year-old nonverbal autistic person into a verbal autistic person through fecal transfer, which is getting microbiome from a healthy person. And this has been known for a few years now. It's just really touchy to talk to people about it. The gut microbiome is key. And then you can look at that second one in the nest, which is a video explaining the role of butyrate, which is how keto changes your gut microbiome and all kinds of other fancy stuff that you can watch that. It's in plain language. So check it out. Give her a follow. I'm going to try to see what room she's in right now and report back.
Oh, thank you so much. I think I heard something about that about Dr. James. I don't remember his first name, but last name is James. He's a PhD doctor, University of Arizona, and they doing that. What do they call it? MTAF, where they literally it's still in the early. They do a safety trial and it's still early stage. So I've been following him a lot lately. Him and there's another good doctor that does something similar, but that one is based on Australia. So yeah, the good thing about especially autism, which I've been really looking into for the last couple of months. Basically, what used to happen, because I worked in a hospital, the doctor will probably tell you, "Oh yeah, there's nothing that can be done for your kid, or they're autistic, they cannot recover from it. Basically, just do a therapy and ABA therapy." But those therapy are just external. They don't tell you anything about internal and how to heal the gut or what kind of comorbidity the kids experience, and like they don't offer you a lab, or they don't draw
They don't
blood.
know. They're not
Yeah.
educated. And even if they did know, it would be from 25 years ago. When a doctor graduates, they're out of date by about 25 years. So you get an uphill battle there.
I'm amazed how much I can discover on my own for the last 3 months. That the doctor will try to work with the child that absolutely tell us nothing. Even when we asked, there was a question mark that she might have a silent seizure because the sleep habit was off the roof, especially at nighttime. And we were told no. Multiple neurologists say no, there's no need for EEG. No, she's not having a seizure. If the child is having a seizure, you'll be able to see it. But the more I dig into this, like the possibility exists that the child can have a silent seizure, right? And slowly that can turn into epilepsy later on as she gets older. But I am just shocked and amazed how me, a stay-at-home mom, can educate myself and I can learn for the last 3 or 4 months. And when I ask the doctor, okay, doctor, can we do this? Can we do that? Can you check on this? Like, no, nope, nope. You can't recover from autism. No. That's it. Just do a therapy. Just maybe if your kid is behaving, maybe they need to learn how to socialize, a social skill, or behavior therapy or occupational therapy, and that's it. And I'm like, no, it has to be something that can be done. So Dr. James, University of Arizona, they do that transfer literally a boob from a healthy person to a child to help with the gut biome. I also heard that Duke University did something about stem cell research, especially if you have the cord blood of the child. If you save that, they can do something about transfer that to the child, and that can also help the inflammation and help their autism symptoms. The diet is a huge thing. Nutrition, like Lucaverne, if they're missing cerebral folate and their body's not getting enough folate, that's also important. There's a genetic mutation that need to be checked on. None of that. Those doctors are not really willing to open their mind or listen to you. And I realized the best doctors they can ask advice is a doctor who had a child with autism, who really went through the struggle, that can understand you. Or maybe you go to private doctor and pay everything out of pocket and say, there's some special doctors that do that. Dr. Rosenthal, I'm a huge fan of him. He's based on California. He does that very well. Organization like TACA. So I lost my faith in doctors, when regular doctors, they absolutely not willing to listen or to care, or maybe they're ignorant, they don't know nothing. But it's like, I'm gonna be advocate and I'm gonna look into it, I'm gonna speak up and I'm gonna ask questions, and what else can I do? But thank you guys for allowing me to speak.
Yeah. Hey, Sophia, as a parent, yeah, you have to, right? You can't put your faith in anyone else. You know what's best for your kid. You're the one that's seen them every day of their lives. These doctors get, 15 minutes with them, and they think they can predict that child's future and know what's best for them. I'd caution to that. But the other thing I wanted to say is, as far as how how your food and your gut affects your brain. I mean, I think any parent in the room would clearly recognize that, if your kid's been eating junk all day and multiple pops and a bunch of candy, they're fucking hard to manage. You wake them up, you give them a good breakfast, take them for a walk with you. Those kids are quite manageable, even a high-strung kid. So, I mean, I think that's just a simplistic view of it, but
No
unequivocally,
profit. No profit in that, right, Reagan?
well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, both my kids, they're well, my son specifically, twice. He gets a little help at school with one of his subjects, and twice when he was in elementary school, it was recommended to us from this teacher assistant that my son should be put on Ritalin. The first time I said thanks, but no thanks, and then the second time I told her in front of the principal and my son's teacher and my wife, I said, I already told you no. If you ever want to make any kind of medical suggestion for my kid, I'd suggest you go get a medical degree. And I have a family history of addiction, and what I've seen is with things like Ritalin, um, the people that I know that I went to school with that were on Ritalin, many of them ended up being cocaine addicts as adults because they learned as a child that
Mm-hmm.
they needed this drug to function in society. And I mean,
Yep.
the reality is, I know guys that went through university using cocaine or Ritalin to study late, to be sharp during tests and things, and that's great. But they got their degree, but half those guys have fallen off. One guy was in law school and now he's a fucking junkie.
Yeah, and Sophia, I would never downplay the stay-at-home mother thing because that's that female knowledge base that we had when families were together for so long. I mean, how do we think that medicines and remedies were passed down from generation to generation? So some clown that only has access to your child for a few minutes a day versus the opinion of the mother that's there actually observing day in, day out and seeing what works and what doesn't work. You can throw those on the scale. I know which side I'm going to go with. Go ahead, Dakini.
Hey guys, thank you. Very interesting conversation. Wow, nice to meet Safia and what you just said. I just wanted to throw in what I know and learned from working with babies and children the past 10 years. And what I've learned because I think, well, I know babies are not vegans, right? I mean, they need breast milk to develop their immune system good, to have everything functioning right. So, firsthand, we need to bring mother's milk back into society, okay? Um, it's all, it's proven that some healthy breast milk can actually be like a cancer cure. So human breast milk I'm talking about. So this is something, and I've seen the formula babies certain age when they're too young and getting too soon formula, and when parents want their children with 1 years old off the bottles of milk, and I see all these different things like in Germany the child care providers the things are more strict, and they have like a curriculum that they enforce and train and put on the parents more. And here in the Netherlands working, it's more like, okay, we have to, it's very diverse. So we have some babies very small and we have the breast milk, and we have to treat that differently, of course. So with heating and stuff like that than formula. But I've realized also formula is, I think, a part of causing respiratory problems with having the babies having colds, and it's actually a type of allergy it develops. Probably has to do with then it becomes a cow milk allergy because they're too young getting too much cow milk formula compared to mother's milk. That well, yeah, that's from purely my own observation. It's not like in a study or something. Children are always growing and developing. They have cycles. There are times when a child, a day or a couple of days or a couple of weeks, when a child really is eating a lot more and asking for a lot more. Make sure that you always have the healthy food, always have some good fruits that the child can grab. Up until an hour before dinner, you don't let him eat anything. if it comes from home hungry, have a tea and a cookie and see where it goes. And then, be strict with the timing of the food. This is really important for the children. And if they really, really don't want to even eat or try, or you have them try, but they don't want to eat the normal dinner that you have prepared for like the table, then you can always put raw veggies on the table and say, okay, if you want a dessert, you need to eat as much raw veggies as your age is, for example, or you make something out of it that you fits. And make sure you always have like a nice homemade iced tea or some other drink that the child loves, but it has to be homemade with good filtered water. Like these are simple things I think you can focus on instead of putting all these diet stuff. Don't put children on diets, just focus on healthy food. If they have allergies and problems and stuff like that, look for it in the food that you're giving them, and don't give honey to children under 1 years old, 1.5 years old. Wait till they're 2. 2 years old is mentally a difficult stage. They eat less. They are like bouncing off each other. So, and then when they between 4 and 5, they have like a big spurt, and they will have they will have a consciousness shift in which they want to eat and change, and you always should try to make fun of it, of the dinner. And like I invented like carnival rice or something, just and make a story about it, and then they want to try it. And if you put some effort in it, they will like it. And if not, they have to eat the veggies. And if they don't want to eat the veggies, no dessert, you go to bed with hungry. And it will probably happen one time that you have to put your kid to bed hungry, but then it will have learned, because the next day we'll have a good breakfast. And it's like part of growing up. So try to not poison your children. Don't do any commercial food in the house. Use filtered water, and try and be with the nature as much as possible. So keep it to breast milk. I know a lot of cultures and moms that still do it till they're like 3. So
Yeah, and you don't need a scientific study. I mean, even on the farm when we were raising the goats, you would have a certain percentage that you had to bottle feed, and there's a replacement mixtures, which of course, wasn't giving them what they needed. It's cow's milk and this and that and syrup and stuff, and inevitably the mortality rate on those babies was so much higher because I mean they just did not have the immune system. And that's not to put a guilt trip on anybody that can't breastfeed, but again, maybe we go back to old ways where you had wet nurses available in communities, where you could do those kinds of things. But yeah, I don't think you need a scientific study. I think it's pretty obvious that we were created with that system in place to feed those babies.
Hey, I agree 100%. And let me tell you, when my daughter went to the hospital at 3 weeks, my wife was breastfeeding her. She'd had these seizures. She damn near flatlined. Her oxygen levels were way down. We had the resuscitation team over her. She was transported to Children's. I mean, she was in tough. When we got to Children's, they said this child, needs to be fed. And they gave us an option. They said they could stick a tube down her throat and start feeding her with formula, or they gave my wife, I think, an hour or something, or a couple of hours, whatever. There was some kind of time limit that they said if you can get her to breastfeed, then we'll accept that. Otherwise, we're going to put her in an incubator and tube feed her. And my wife fought hard to breastfeed our baby, and luckily, the baby started feeding. And so as a result, my wife was able to sit in the bed with our child through the month that my child was in the hospital. And I believe that if she had been incubated and had a tube down her throat, that the chances of her surviving would have significantly reduced, and that her outcome would have been far worse. So although the doctors did a very good job, and I appreciate what they did for my daughter, I think that my wife fighting to breastfeed that child made a huge difference in the outcome. So yeah, I would say breastfeed your kids if you can, 100%.
There
Yeah, I
is
can totally agree. Sorry for jumping in, but my two kids, I mean, my 5 years old was breastfed not quite to the 3, but 2.5, and now you can hear it her too. But she was not, and she was not. But healthy food and like no bullshit food, it will help a lot. And besides that, we're not doctors here to give you advices. I mean, I'm not, but I can give you an advice to you. Be supportive and be strong in your head, in your mind, and that will help.
What's up, little baby?
You
She's here
talking to
touching
me?
up the screen. Yeah, she's here talking up the screen. No, I was talking to Sophia. If she can breastfeed, that's gonna be amazing. Our 3 years old daughter, which is not breastfeeded ever, it's strong and stuff, but any virus she'll be first to cough. Nothing compared to his brother, which was breastfed to 2 years and a half, and anything is just a cough and they will pass away. But with our daughters, we would learn to give corticosteroids, like things that they will give even for COVID. You learn to keep her healthy, but if you can breastfeed her, it's amazing.
Oh, she's so sweet. Is she saying daughter or daddy?
Yeah, she says Tatina. Yes, she's here with me in my arms. Sorry.
Oh, bless
Hey,
the
No
children.
sorries. Hard and
they,
fast rule. No sorries.
they grow up quick, brother, so hold her tight.
Hey, don't worry. Half the people in this room are babies, anyways. So.
Yeah, but I'm saying that we're not doctors, but our mind should be strong.
Yeah. And
Yeah, I want to jump in the miracle story of the baby who was born dead. And so the mom was, after the birth thing, holding, still wanted to hold it a bit for saying like goodbye. And she held it for 2 hours. And then it started breathing and becoming still alive. And this is happened in a hospital. It's like a miracle story. So, it's the connection, and the hugging and the love and the still being present in this plane, that when the baby was outside and when the doctors are like, oh, it's not doing anything, it's dead, but it just needed a little bit more time to get that spark, but it became alive. Outside 2 hours outside the womb in the mom's arms. So yeah, life is mysterious like that. It's weird thought. I think a lot of things a bit wrong about when it comes, like maybe like you're saying, the doctors, they are so overtrained with their brains to know all these medicine and push this and that and blah. The um, the fact that in the Netherlands in 2014, there was like a wave of suicides among general practitioners, which I tweeted back then, and it always stuck to me, like what happened there, anyways. So yeah, maybe there is a whole story about everything with the medical, and that we also maybe need to let go sometimes a little bit, especially the doctors, right? And the virologist. I mean, why can't we have a debate about what a virus really is compared to like what we think are exosomes inside the body? And what about that story that a virus is like a messenger from space, like some other scientific approach in a study or article back in 2008 or 9 or something that I read. So we still don't know a lot. So when it comes to raising children, just be loving, kind, hold them, just trust your guts, like everybody else said. The children have their own will, but if you surround them with the healthy stuff, and you'll figure out what they like, just surround them with that healthy stuff, they can always pick that, because there are times when they need more food than adults, than we need actually. So yeah, also keep that in mind. You know, don't think, oh, because I'm a bigger, stronger man, I get more food than my son who's growing up, for example, because hey, they're still growing. There are times you're gonna be surprised how much your kid is gonna eat, especially through puberty. So yeah, that's
Yeah, that's very true, Dakini. I got a teenager. He's probably 20 pounds lighter than me, but he can eat a lot more than I can in a day. He's always hungry because he's still growing. I just want to get back to breast milk. I find it interesting that in a lot of, African countries and poor areas, they encourage people to use formula and not breastfeed. What does that do? That gives the government or the people that give the handout the control as to whether or not your child gets to eat, because once that mother stops producing breast milk, I don't think she can make it again. So, it's interesting that they want you to get on the the formula train when you've got, a feeding apparatus right there on your body.
yeah, and it's economically, and it will save your children in times of need, because when I was au pairing in Germany, Romanian mother of two small ones was really stuck, poor, without electricity, without heating in the winter, like being all screwed over by the father of the children. So I helped her out a little bit, um, but yeah, she was still breastfeeding the 3-year-olds, in that period. Also because it was still healthy food and he wanted it, and now it's really a problem, because what she also did was she's a bit fat and frying too much, and she's not as a person on a good diet, so that's not a good example for her kids, of course. So now the kid has I think, I hope it doesn't, that she really pushes more nutritious stuff, like it's but seeing that also, um, yeah, it's not good, man. And there are also parents that really need to mind shift, in order to create healthy, strong children. At least I know this kid had breast milk till he was like 3, but so that's good. And also
You
probably
guys,
yeah, I don't know.
you guys ever seen someone breastfeed their kid till they're like 9 to like 11 years old? Have you guys ever seen that happen in real life?
I got hippie friends that were feeding their kids that way until, I don't know, 6 or 8. And it was a shock for me because, my wife stopped at, a year or something, year and a half. And yeah, I've seen it, Wagon. It's interesting.
Well, I had a shocking interaction with a hippie chick that was, I was like hanging out with her and her kid. I just met her. She came to my buddy's cabin or whatever. And I was like, oh, yeah, cool. There's someone to hang out with. And then she's like, oh, excuse me, I'll have to go and breastfeed my kid. And I'm like looking at her kid and I'm like, well, fuck, your kid's like 9 years old. I'm like, so do you have another, like, is there a baby asleep in the car or something? And she's like, no, I'm gonna breastfeed Jimmy. And I'm like, well, fucking Jimmy's like fucking 9 years old. Like, so I'm like, what the fuck are we, anyways, it was just really, really strange. And yeah, super hot chick too. And I was like, oh, another nuts hot chick,
Hey, Wog, along those lines, have you ever seen it where you've got an older child and a younger child and they're both breastfeeding? I've seen
No.
that. And I'm like,
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ, let the baby feed. Your 6-year-old doesn't fucking need the milk. Let the fucking 1-year-old have it. This fucking fat 6-year-old's taking all the good shit.
Yeah, it's bad shit crazy. No, I don't know, like the hippie thing, like, but there is a movement, and I could say, like, I'm not sure. I didn't go down the rabbit hole on it, but there is a movement that, the kid will know best when to do whatever. It's like, well, how many other things do kids know best as until they're like, 10, 11 years old, right? There's not much that they really know best. I mean, like I joke with my kid all the time. It's like, well, you can't be the boss of me, blah, blah, blah. I was like, fine, eat candy, don't brush your teeth, don't go to school. I mean, let's see, wait till your teeth rot out and you don't know anything, right? It's like, you don't know best. You have to listen to me until, you're old enough to make your own decision, just sort of reasoning with him, right? And, and the funny part is for some reason the hippie thing, like I've spoken of it before, like the kids that grow up in the hippie thing without any boundaries, like, oh, I don't want to stifle his creativity. It's like, yeah, so then what you now have is a kid that's insecure, has no idea where the line is that he can't cross, because that line gets moved all around with depending on whatever hippie shit is going on. Like the nice, neat, tidy box that you allow your dog to move in is the same nice, neat, tidy box that you should allow your kid to move in. Here's the clear delineation. You're allowed to do this. You're not allowed to do that. Okay, when it comes to swearing, you can say damn and hell, but you can't say fuck and cunt, or cunty fucker, or cunt fuck, or Jesus fucking Christ, or what would be another one? Another real bad
Retard.
one. Yeah, how about anyways, yeah, I was trying to think of some good swear words there for you guys. But you need that box, right? And so when you don't have the box, the dog or the kid, same thing, training, does not have an idea where the line is. But why would the kid be allowed to like decide for himself, for the breastfeeding thing? When, do you decide when to, like, he'll toilet train himself when he's ready? It's like, no, like maybe you should just like teach the kid to like not shit their pants all the time. Like, this thing doesn't seem to make sense to me, but I have seen this before in some of the hippie circles, and there is some of those La Leche leagues, the breastfeeding strong women that do feel that you should breastfeed up until like 6 or whatever. But again, I'm not here to tell anybody what to do, but it seems to me to be a little bit strange, let's call it. And there's lots of bonding and weird shit that can happen during that period. Okay, I get all that, but it's again, you may be creating down the road inadvertent consequences with that kind of behavior.
Yeah, if I can really jump in. Breastfeeding, it's really connected to immunity. So if you go way further, by the age of 11, that's exaggerated, but you have to breastfeed your kid as long as he need health, right? Because he's born without immunity, and everything it's on its immunity it's given by his mother health
Yeah, I agree with that. I
through
agree
the
with that.
milk.
I agree with breastfeeding 100%. I'm just saying, like, there's extreme edge cases, and usually none of these edge cases are ever proven, right? It's never like, oh, like there'll be studies on all of this stuff, even probiotics. There's anti-studies to saying, like, okay, you get a shot of antibiotics and then you go and load with probiotics. Well, there's actually studies out there saying that that will delay your natural gut biome to regenerate by like 3 to 6 weeks longer than someone that doesn't do probiotics after having antibiotics. So, but what I'm trying to say is these edge use cases, like much like we see with the extremism on social media, where it's like, okay, we're on the right, we're all, racist motherfuckers, and on the left, they're all parents that want to send their kids to drag shows. Like, none of those edge use cases are true. It just serves a validity. I guess what I was pointing out is just the overdoing it of too much of a good thing kind of thing with the breastfeeding thing. But I agree, like, breastfeeding is critical for infant health. It's actually much more important than any vaccination or any other nonsense.
Yeah, it's correct, but when the kid gets to an older age, the advantages because of the immunity will be downplayed by the all kind of psychological down times. So it's not normal. I mean, like, I just can't figure out my kid, which is 5 years old and is very, I mean, he knows a lot, and thinking that he's gonna be breastfeeded.
Well, I mean, you can do whatever you want, right? I don't care if you breastfeed your kid
Right.
till they're 10 years old. I think that it's critical to do it, 0 to 1.5, absolutely critical. How much immunity you're imparting at 6 to 11 years old is negligible, if any, right? So at that point, we're getting into fetish territory, is what I posit. But I mean,
Right on,
I
but I wanted to stay straight on point. I have two of them, and one it's like breastfeeded up to almost 3, and one it's not at all. So the one which is breastfeeded up to 3, he just get a cough and like in 2 to 3 days he's like over it. And the other one, if he catches a cold, we have to be very, careful with it.
Yeah, interesting. Deb, go ahead.
Interesting topic you have here. I my kids are 31 and almost 31 and almost 14.
Still breastfeeding them to this day?
Well, I just don't have the time like I used to, but no, my son was born when I was 22. So if I would have known then what I know now, would have been a different story, but I did not breastfeed him, and my daughter was born when I was almost 40. So to be honest, I wasn't going to with her until it came down to the wire, and I said, okay, let's give it a shot. And totally different. I mean, I know there's a lot of different things that can factor in here, but just him being on formula and her being breastfed, just he was sick all the time, ear infection, sinus infection, blah blah blah. She was from time to time, but nothing like he was. And when I went back to work with her, and the supply got less and less, my dad talked me into this, but he said, if you can at all help it, do not give her formula. There's so much crap in formula. And so what I did was I mixed my breast milk with goat's milk. And Brian's the goat whisperer here, but I think she didn't mind the taste. Goat's milk is horrible if you ask me. But when I mixed it, she didn't notice any difference. And I think that there's colostrum in goat's milk, just like in breast milk, I think, if that's what I remember right. But just her mannerisms, her personality, she's way calmer. He was always hyperactive. And when he was about 7 or 8, the school told me, like they said to Reagan, that he needed medication. Well, back then was about 1999 or 2000 or somewhere around there. I remember, once again, long time ago, I watched Oprah, and she had a family on there that had their kid removed by the state because the parents refused to medicate when the school suggested. So all this stuff's going through my head. And so when the school was on me, I finally took him to a doctor. He didn't do any kind of a test. He went off of a checklist on the back of a pamphlet and said, yep, he's ADHD. We're going to start him on Ritalin. And I bet he took it I bet it wasn't a whole month. And I just watched him decline, just went from a happy, energetic kid to a zombie. I mean, literal zombie. Would sit there and stare, wouldn't eat. He had no appetite. So me, still being afraid of what I'd seen on stupid Oprah, I kept getting the medication, but I was tossing it. I quit giving it to him, but instead I gave him like a vitamin in place. And he never knew the difference. So he thought he was taking this medicine. The school thought he was taking this medicine. And for a couple of years, they all sang his praises of what a different kid he is. Just the difference. And he hadn't been on the ship for, a year or more. And they had no idea. But like I said, if I knew then what I know now, I would have never went that route. But I tend to think like my daughter has some weird, I don't know what it is. It's these little bumps on her skin. They're not itchy or anything, but they're all over her legs and arms. They're just little tiny. And I think, I don't know, I'm kind of correlating a lot of things back to vaccinations myself, especially after the last couple of years. But boy, you know, you almost got to just know more than they do. You got to just dig and look and discover and advocate. It's a crazy world we live in, but the last couple of years, I'm really grateful for. I've learned a lot, and I would have never looked. I just never. I trusted almost everything I ever thought was true. Turns out to be a lie. So every day I'm just like, wow, imagine that.
Well, and I'll offer this anecdote here that, I was formula fed as a kid, and I've had a debilitating fetish for boobs my entire life. So, mothers be warned.
Hey, let me say along those lines there. That's great, Brian. First off, when we took my daughter off of the medication, you know what the first thing that happened? Our next visit to the pediatrician was the last time that pediatrician ever wanted to see my daughter. We also had a lawsuit because the reason she got sick was because the doctor made a mistake. And once we weaned my daughter off that medication, and then she was doing well, even though we could prove causation, we couldn't prove injury, even though she does have a very small amount of brain damage. Because she was doing so well, the lawyers. Phone was ringing. The lawyers dropped the lawsuit. So basically, the legal and medical system turned their back on us as soon as we made the decision to get her off that medication. And then secondly, hopefully this doesn't make me sound weird, but am I the only man in the room that's ever tasted breast milk as an adult?
Yes.
I couldn't resist, and it's sweet.
No.
Did you drink it from that tranny that goes around and squirts it at people on the commercial drive?
Yeah,
Just once.
that wasn't as good as my wife's though.
I did it out of curiosity. So
Yeah, me too.
yeah.
And it was sweet. I was very surprised how sweet it was.
All right. Enough of that. No more of that kind of talk around here. I will speak to the goat's milk. Apparently, goat's milk can be substituted for breast milk. My buddy swears by it. He's like 87 years old and still walks his goats around his property, and is still an old crotchety bastard that he was when I met him. Very good shape for his age. So there is that.
The
And he
fats
swears
are a
by it.
shorter
Swears by
chain,
goat
just
milk.
like, yeah, the fats in the goat's milk are a shorter chain fat. So it's a lot closer to human milk. And Wog, everybody ought to have a crotchety old friend with goats. I mean, come on.
Oh, he is an old goat. I call him an old goat every time I come over there. He's quite a motherfucker, actually. He's OG. He's old school based. And yeah, it's really just a really interesting dude.
The only problem with drinking a lot of goat's milk is, you might end up like Wog with horns.
Only in the right spots. Only pan antler. It's the only horn I got.
I believe from a simplistic view, we should be doing more like our ancestors did. Anybody trying to steer you away from what your grandmother and grandfather did, I think you got to check that. There's a reason we're here. We're here because of what people have done for generations. And this doctor that all of a sudden learned something new a month ago, I'm not sure he has all the answers.
So incest and goat fucking is what we're talking about.
Well,
Bloodline.
we have different lineage, buddy.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I forgot you're an aristocrat.
I'll run with it for a minute, Regan. I gotta step out for a second.
I'm busy for a minute here too, Wog. You're gonna have to take control, bud.
I'm taking a shit here, so what am I supposed to do? Talk to you guys while I'm on the toilet?
Yeah, you do that. I gotta go pay the rent to the missus.
Uh-oh. Hope you're not paying in foot rubs. This could be all day. All right, well, retweet the room if you want to. Don't care, really. If you want a mic, just come up and grab one. If you don't want a mic, that's fine, too. Otherwise, we'll sit in sacred silence to mourn the victims of male circumcision worldwide.
Well, we gotta go back to the real, I mean, the initial atmosphere of the space room here. Well, when Zinc or Wog would say no gloves, so talk it all.
Oh, Zinc's probably sleeping. He likes to do the midday naps.
Well, hopefully he's not breastfeed.
He would need a girlfriend or another human for that. He probably has some kind of VR headset where he has a girlfriend or something.
It's funny. So is he a real good DJ? Ah, man, changing the registry here. Do you ever heard of this European Technivals? Have you all heard of them? Where like free parties, people gathering speakers, a lot of speakers, like I don't know, 40,000 kilowatts, huge generators, and go it out in the field and put them there and just play music, only vinyl.
And this is a party to get people together politically or something?
Well, not quite politically. It's just like in order to, fuck the system, and we have our own parties. We don't want to pay, 50, 120 euro, 200 euro for I don't know what name. And we just go there and we party like no others for free. Bring your own food, bring your own. But if you're respectful, you go and buy the booze from the guys who are playing the speakers, and it can be autonomous.
Yeah, no, way better to go to that than some kind of organized weirdness.
Yeah,
Hey,
they are, since the COVID and all the lockdowns, it's crazy how they were revamped because they were almost shut down, like illegal. I mean, you would put it raves, right? But with no entry fees, put it on the top of the mountain or all kind of nicer area, and it really got to the point where it's very popular now, and Romania and all the East Europe, which we didn't had it, because I've learned that this is going on starting UK since the 80s, but now they've discovered the exotic part of Balkans, and then they are coming here, and then you see huge walls of speakers, mounted on a lot of power station, and most of them they are only playing vinyl or live, like the old electronic, like a Moog or all kind of synthesizer and stuff like that, and it's really an experience.
Yeah, cool. Scuba, welcome up. What's going on there, buddy?
Hey, brother. Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Fatso.
Fatso. My 177-pound body is so fat.
Yeah, but you're 4'1", so that still makes you fat.
That's true. I'm like a little bowling ball. I'm a penguin, actually. No, I'm a, yeah. Who am I? I don't know. These days, right? So, no, all good. Yeah, breastfeed your infants and give them the best start that you can. It's good. Breastfeeding is as good for your infant plus the mom. It gets both started on the right track, no question about it. Once you feel it's over, and then you move on. You don't go past that. But if you care to, it becomes a bit of a sight. So enjoy yourself and what that brings you. Some people love that attention, so that's something else. Um, yeah, got as you know, Wog got some horses on the property, and they horses need
Are you
care.
drinking their milk, Scuba?
No, I'm not.
You know that's what they do in Mongolia, eh? It's all
Well,
horse milk.
well, when in Mongolia, uh, we should go there. You and I will grab a train or plane or
I'll
automobile.
totally go there. I'll totally 100% go there. Just make sure you're getting the female milk and not the male milk.
Okay, I'll leave that to you to guide me because I need your strength and your direction, of course. I would love to go on a holiday with you, just you and I. Never met you face to face. I know your sight would scare me, but I think I could get over it pretty quick. And
Well,
you'd say
I'm a nudist, so you'll
that's okay.
have to get involved with that
I,
lifestyle.
I've been in the local
Lifestyle.
change room of the pool, so I've seen all sizes. So
So
I'm okay.
what you're telling us is that you're the guy in there that's checking out other people's equipment, eh?
Well, sometimes you got to look down. I don't know. I don't enjoy it. I could say I simply just
You loathe checking out other men's equipment, but you still do it. Just you hate
well,
that part of you inside yourself that's curious about.
it's like just like that. It's just that human sort of awareness, right? It's fun, right? I don't it's not aphilia, but it's
When you go up to a urinal and you're standing next to another guy, do you like lean over and look down to see how big his package is or what?
no, I used to do that, but now I can gauge it by the pressure, right? So I don't even have to look anymore. I'm just so good at it.
Oh, an old dog learning new tricks. Listen to that.
Right. So, yeah. So you move on with awareness and gravity and health. And I was uh, I was breastfed. Boobies are the best. My
Up until
eyes,
last year.
huh?
Up until
Yeah,
last year.
yeah. It was time to cut that off. Being 53, yeah, I was over. It was time. Mom, you know what? I got to move out. So yeah, so it was my decision. So it worked out for the family. Love you, Wog. You're the best. Um, Funny story. Interesting story, actually. Very ironic. So I got some good friends. They're in their 70s. They are vaccine pro. They're not in your face, but they once they get the text to come and get your booster, they are excited and they go and do that. So both him and her in their mid 70s have been, I think they got 5 shots in total each. And they've got 3 kids in their 30s and all vaccinated. One is almost a doctor early this year. One of their kids is going to be a full-on doctor, and the other One of the other kids is a nurse in sort of special surgery stuff. All obviously all vaccinated, and
Hot and single? Is she hot and single?
Wow, I don't know, man. Stop it, Wog. Just stop it. You're really, really starting to irritate me right now. So, just kidding. Well, and you know what? Talk about breastfed. Oh my God, the one has. I would breastfed. I'd give it a try. Why not? Right? My eyes are boob magnets. They're just something else. I don't know. What can I say?
There is a story of a dude that actually was able to feed. So
Yeah, that's Scuba. That you're talking to him. That's Scuba.
wow, are you still producing? Are you selling it?
Well, that's all I
No,
can.
it was a Filipino guy, and his wife died, and he was able to actually
Yeah,
produce milk. So it's quite a weird
yeah,
one.
that's a weird
Well, you got.
story. But I have a question for Ray or Row Fresh.
Hold on,
Are you there?
I
sweetheart.
think Scuba's still going
Oh,
there. Can you
sorry.
just hold on?
One sec. So scuba is a self-contained underwater boob apparatus, right? So you got to know that. So anyway, let me finish my story. So the ironic thing is about this whole family is all pro-vax, not in your face, but they've been vaccinated many times. So one of the kids came and visited family from Ontario. She's the one to become a doctor. She was tested positive for COVID, but had to get back on the next plane in the morning to continue on with her life. Right now, back in the day, the family would have not allowed her to travel having a test positive, and would have canceled her tickets and shit like that, and wait till she quarantined, I guess, and onwards and upwards. But instead, um, they she dealt with it by putting a couple of extra masks on, and so they felt good, even though, and I know the tests are bullshit. I know the entire thing is bullshit. I'm just speaking about the ironic side about family who is in the mix, the vaccine mix, the pharma mix, had to travel, um, was tested positive on her own, uh, jumped on a plane, and it was just, you know, all systems go. So it just kind of, to me, it was like a real sort of like, what the hell was this? Is this all about? And was this all about? And yeah, I'm glad that all happened for them. But it's like I don't know, it's like the edge, the edge was crossed, and it was so much like, well, screw it, just throw a couple extra masks on, you'll be fine, you won't kill anybody, just get on your plane and go. Even though she tested positive for COVID, right? So, and again, I'll say, the tests and shit, the kits are all fucking joke anyway. But anyway, interesting how it's all played out, and that to me was a bit of a candle on the cake for COVID, right? So, cheers.
So that was you underwater, right, Scuba?
Yeah, this is all so comical. Having all these testosterone guys, maybe including me, talking about breastfeeding. It's comical.
Well, it's interesting to talk. Well, I have never breastfed either, so I can view it from the topic that I don't know how it feels. I don't know if a woman dares to step up, but what I've heard is that it's sensational and it's good. And what I remember from growing up is also that you have this exchange much more with all how your pheromones and dopamines work when you're being held by your parents, right? And how just hugging your parents is like a healing thing, and for everything you're going through the day, like um so it's the whole and I think that up until 3 years old is not a bad timing to say, okay, now we stop, because it's after they had their social developing period when they were 2. And I think this is really good for having grounded, bonded type of social personality in order behavior and interactions with others. To be honest, I think, you know, between 2 and 3 year olds should, maybe go to some pre-kindergarten thing for fun, but the rest, it should be play, and it should be more like home nursery, more at home. It's more, mothers should be able to become house moms again. I really hope that's gonna come in the future more, because it's not good to create more of this detachment and having the whole system mingle up so much, and all that stress that comes from it is already so close to us, everybody in the world. So anyway, that's me just rambling about that. I had a question for you, Ray. So you're with a sound system over there, or like is it where you're located?
I'm located in Timișoara, Romania. Timișoara, it's the biggest city in the west part.
Uh-huh.
I used to be before my kids, I used to be a projectionist, like a VJ.
All right, so you're VJ
So
Technivals over there?
yeah, so yeah, I'm part of the Romanian Technival. I was a part,
I
sorry,
saw
5 years now.
videos now, what you guys been doing in the lockdowns over
Yeah. I mean, when you guys like Germany and Czech and all of
there.
you discovered the Romania, it was like paradise.
Yeah, well, I've been to many Technivals, and I've traveled with some sound systems.
Right on.
I mean,
And that's I was putting this point because like here and there, Zinc, as far as I understand, he has a huge vinyl collection. He's like into this stuff, and like many people when they think of Technival, I mean, they don't know much about the stuff, but I mean, if you've been there, you've seen that everybody's spinning records, like vinyl records, not
yeah. Had nine turntables, but I really had to do that because I don't have a house for a long time, and I had too much instruments. I actually bought a old school 70s retro electric organ thingy with a nice beats in it, and for $35. And so I can't help sometimes still buying these big machines that I don't have space for, but I I have records I cannot put away, but I don't really have a nice record player now. I'm not DJing for like 10 or 15 years. It was like a big.
Welcome to Romania.
Ah, man, but the problem is I'm getting too old to drag all these fucking heavy records around. That's why I started playing, more guitar or lighter instruments, and I'm stuck over here in Holland, but I definitely want to plan a trip to Technival next summer, next spring, to you guys over there. So if you follow me back.
Romania, it's the best Technival you can have.
Yeah, I know you
Believe
guys.
me. Telling you from experience. I mean, the Czech,
one
it's
thing,
the biggest
you guys
one.
blended in with other systems, right, from the west and the north. The
Yeah, and you know what's the difficult part? It took us like about 8 years to blend in.
Yeah. But I know many many sound systems tribes that went away from the Netherlands, and how I observed at least a little bit. I don't party so much anymore right now, but I've been to a small bit. Was in my own village, so I had to go, and nobody really knew it from my own village, of course. But and in the forest, super tiny lockdown thingy, and it's all new generation here in Rotterdam area. And then you have a couple of old school DJs that survived, and some sounds, more commercial people that also survived the lockdown and the whole Corona thing from the past 2 years. But the Dutch free techno party system has been pushed down so long ago, so much already. So a lot of people left, and I know, for example, that French and Czech sound systems, then they are, they are crazy about the sound systems from, this particular time, and the records from it, and they pay like $400-500 for one of these records, stuff like that, if you check it out on Discogs. So yeah, I don't know. I sold some records, but I also
I cannot give you advice on that because I told you I'm on the visual part of it. So I have a lot of friends and they have a lot of huge record collection. But I'm mostly with the visual part. I used to want to be a director, a film, and all that stuff. So like
yeah,
for
for
me,
that
it's the
all
visual
night.
that comes up with the the whole atmosphere.
Yeah, I love VJs too. Really, it's a big part of the scene of building a party or an happening.
Yeah, I did that for 10 years and I
Yeah,
don't regret any moment.
awesome, dude. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, German girl.
I'm a Dutch girl, Nederlands.
But anyway, still to me it's the Germanic, right?
Well, we're all
I mean,
Germanic tribes in the end. Even the Russians and Eastern Ukraine, or everybody. I figured out like,
indeed, indeed,
yeah,
indeed. Sorry, it was my how can you say when you're not on point? It's like
like yeah, history. All the trails back and forward over Europe. It's going
yeah, but the point
up.
is that like like you Western people like in Europe, it's weird. I mean, our integration to your side, it was so difficult, and now that some of you started discovering that hey, this is an Austro-Hungarian Empire. Buildings are the same, people are kind of the same, habits kind of, converge, and like I've been telling not to you Dutch, but to Germans especially that hey, if you really want to learn something, just come and embrace these parts because you build these parts and then now you put us like for 50 years you put us to the trash can, right? And then now you come and then you're amazed like, oh, I can relate to the places, but even better, I still, it's like my old culture, i'm seeing I'm seeing it here as like contemporary but history, so yeah, I encourage any Western European to just come to the West, to the east part of Europe, and try to relate and try to find their, something that there's lost along the way there.
All right, nice. Yeah, it's true. It's going back and forward. Um, and
Because we didn't had any. I mean, even if all these years, like last 30 years, all the western part of Europe was looking at us like, oh, they like gypsies, they coming to steal, they coming to, like all the stuff, and we have to endure all the shit. And
yeah,
even if,
I think
you know,
that comes from a big
yeah,
fear of
yeah, but
if
yeah, but I
like
mean, it's like it
yeah,
may
like
be
a great
true in some
story.
parts, but you
Yeah,
cannot like put out the fact that there are people that it's like you and that they are trying to do stuff exactly like you.
I think it's more. Yeah, I don't want to make people that don't travel. Put them in a box or something, but I've noticed that, to become really aware of other cultures and natures and have respect for that, you have to travel because it is where if you stay, the closer you stay from where you're born, the more, the smaller the world literally is, and I think I think there's a lot of suppressed history of the Dutch that I'm figuring and discovering. It's like ancestral trauma. And so, coming from, why are all these aspects now of our society that people are pushing, oh, you guys were bad, you guys were racists, but it was a reaction there are some things that when that was a reaction on things that already happened to us before, right? So our children being kidnapped and we're being slaughtered, and somebody coming imposing that we need to give up our wealth and listen to what their god is, and all this type of stuff, right? And burning off the clan mothers and stuff like that, so it's a big uh, pain and trauma and thing in history that we don't learn and know about, that is part of Europe. So yeah.
Well, the good part is that you can think that there are people here that can embrace you, and as long as it's mutual and we're humans. But let's not forget that we are in a Canadian space, and I'm hoping our Canadian fellows here, take over and have
Oh, they'll
their
be
saying.
back.
Yeah, that's
They'll be
US national news, so I'm gonna shut up and go off the mic because I don't know anything about that. So I'll just listen if you want to talk about that.
No worries, you can talk. I mean, I've been in Toronto 10 times. I lived in Boston for 2 years. So I consider that I'm kind of know what's going on, and then I'm kind of relaxed about all the stuff because here in these parts we're not so stressed about it. I mean, we still have human to human relation kind of. Well, I mean, if the solution has to be from their part. So that's why I'm on these spaces, and that's why I'm listening to them, and that's why I try to, like if I have a input to it, I can put it on and sincere and genuine, but I'm listening to them, and the problem has to be solved from that part because that's the last cycle of society evolution. It's not evolution, it doesn't mean bad or good, it's just the way it works. And North America is the at the last link of social evolution, and they have to figure it out, and if they do, then we can adapt.
Yeah, we're trying to. Things are just a little weird here right now, but I think when you try to
Sorry.
look at when you try to look at any country as a whole, you can find the good and the bad, but in the long run, even these last few years were probably good for us because a lot of people came together. A lot of people figured out all the BS that was coming from top down and realized that they need to take care of themselves. So it's probably just a
Yeah,
matter
yeah,
of
I appreciate that, and I appreciate that really much. And then I look at you with hope.
well, I mean, everybody, you've been around the world. So, I mean, everybody's got something to offer, regardless of which borders they find themselves in right now. We're just going to
Well,
start.
yeah, it's gonna be like it's weird if I start talking about my experiences on oppressed system. You're gonna be shocked. So I don't even want to go there. I'm just like putting on an idea, and I mentioned it before that humans can go very low. I mean, if there's not a spirit to lift them up, if not, it can go really bad. So you are on the verge. I mean, when I first stepped in America, me living in a communist system for, I don't know, 14 years, and then a transition period which didn't change that much, and I end up in America, I was expecting like, I don't know, twice the Germany, right? And I ended up there, and I've seen that all the downtown doesn't really have inhabitants, and all the houses are made of wood, and like only an internet company, only a electricity company. And it's like, hey, this is fucking post-communism. I've seen that in another shape. So it took me 2 years just to come back and to stay with my family and friends, and like being what I am, and I'm enjoying any culture, and I'm very uh, open-minded to see everything that's might be interest you. but you were at the last scale of social evolution, and then you are the most oppressed right now. I mean, of course, I could put China onto this discussion, but they've been always like that. So it's not like a new stuff. But you guys, you lived your liberties and you lived your life very good, and then now you are starting to understand what it means to be oppressed by your own people, right? Because we were oppressed by our own guy. I mean, it was the Soviets that they built up all the communist bloc, but it had to be a Romanian Ceausescu to make our life miserable. So you see, look where the danger is, and it's not nation, it's not, I mean, it's important to keep your values and stuff like that, but I'm not going nationalistic in any way, and I will refuse to do that. I mean, if you go to a place, just build up the place, and then you're entitled to be in that place. But you are starting to understand what it means to be oppressed, and starting to understand that uh, due to your means, your way of living, your tools, your possibilities, you have to figure out, because I'm not living in that system, and I don't have the tools, and I have nothing to do, I mean, to change that. So you have to figure it out, and I'm listening to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's trying to figure things out step by step. So, what do you do for a living, Ari?
Well, my profile, which is like a pseudonym, it's telling everything. I told you I've deleted all my social accounts with the COVID, because I started to reason with people. As soon as I understood that this is a bullshit, something's not right here, and I've started to try to tell people that, hey, think about it, don't get vaccinated just yet, and don't submit to lockdowns, don't, I mean, that mask can't do much, blah blah. And it was 2 years ago. I had a lot of, I had a shit lot of bookmarks to arguments and papers and blah. And then when I realized that it's not going anywhere, because it was not the reason, they were the people who listen, I just dropped it, everything. I deleted my Reddit account, I deleted my Twitter's account, I deleted my Facebook account, so I only left with this, and I came back to this since Elon took this space, and then we can really talk about it. And I don't know if it's good, if it's bad. I mean, I don't have enough information to point it out that Elon Musk is seeing this shit with us, or it's not, or it's just a fetish for him to just be popular. I don't have all the information to just draw a conclusion, but so far so good. Like, we're talking, we're sharing stuff, and if you if you look at now all the pro-vaccine stuff, it's put out there. It's ratioed, right, 1 to 8, right? And compare that to Facebook. See what's happening there. I mean, I cannot. I mean, I can only look, but these discrepancies are creating a weird situation, and I'm just curious how they're gonna, follow up, and how long. But the point is that I realize that people do not listen to reason. They listen to impulses. They listen to whatever affection will make them, So I've deleted everything, all the bookmarks, all the stuff. I convinced myself. I just uh, action got action in my family to not do that, and trying to protect myself and everybody I love. And thank God. I mean, I'm not a religious person. I'm spiritual, but it's not like the guy with the beer. You know what I mean? And we have a healthy environment here of people. I mean, if tomorrow was gonna be the doomsday, we are at least 20 people that will go in a place and build that fucking place with no help. And I encourage you to do that too. This is my only advice, actually. I do for living. What I do for living, I'm a web developer. I know a little bit of PHP. I'm trying to get in Python. I have, remarkable friends and colleagues that they are, proficient Python writers. We do this for a living. We are in this part of, so that's why I cannot say technology, fuck technology, and let's go back to the X. No, I cannot say that. I mean, how can I? Echo, echo.
Hey, Ray, can you hear me?
All right, bring back up some speakers.